These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in three Endavans joined the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datus because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies, punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
Hi, welcome to this SQL Server 2022 session. It's a great pleasure to be part of Data Saturday Plovdiv this year, even online, joining online. I hope you will have an exciting time like this 1 hour. We will have it together because we will keep the excitement with the new versions of SQL 2022. Thanks to our sponsors, including InSpirit. We are proud to be the sponsors of the most important data Saturdays and data conferences in Bulgaria. We are proud to announce our new website today, so feel free to visit and give us some feedback as well. So about me, I'm not introducing myself for too long, but now I live in Oslo, even though I'm traveling, all things gone already, to Bulgaria quite often. I will expect to be, I'm planning to be actually on SQL Server event in Data Saturday Sofia. So today I'm going to talk about SQL Server 2022. It's been just a couple of days, let's say few days since they introduced that. It's been a week, more than a week actually, from 24th of May, when they introduced the new CTP public, the first public CTP of SQL Server 2022. I don't know how many of you had a time and the chance to download the binaries to install and play with it. Of course, this is like too much to play with for 1 week, I would say. We have a lot of new features in the product, so it will be the whole summer testing, I would say. But I could say that there are a few which I was very impressed, very intrigued, and I tried them. So for some of them, I even gave feedback to the program group. So we started discussion. I will share those my thoughts for those specific features. And I'm so excited because it will be like a lot of stuff to continue testing, and I hope I will be able to show you even more with different use cases for SQL Server 2022 in the fall. So the first impression I have from the product is SQL Server 2022 is Azure enabled for sure. So if there is something which is a flagship of that of a product version, then for SQL Server 2022 is that it's ready for hybrid cloud. It's extremely easy to connect SQL Server on-prem or in Azure Virtual Machine with your Azure Cloud Data Platform, like with Managed Instance or with Azure Data Lake, with S3 stores, with Azure Synapse Analytics. So just think of the scenarios which could raise due to that feature of ability of SQL Server 2022. So the hybrid accent of the product is extremely important to give us an idea where the technology roadmap is focused on. That doesn't mean that we will stop using the product in on-prem. No, not at all, because we still have many systems which will gain a good feedback or a good positioning in on-prem environment. But when it comes to data platform, it's very common nowadays to have like at least analytics in cloud, because it provides us with endless opportunities for storing, analyzing data, and combining relational with big data in the same workspace and for analytics. So the So-called hero capabilities. By the way, for my session, I used Bob Ward slides, and I have his full agreement on that. So the hero capabilities of SQL Server 2022 can be divided into specific areas. Like, for example, business continuity through Azure means actually bi-directional disaster recovery to Azure SQL. And for Azure SQL for SQL Server 2022, it means availability group or link to managed instance, which I'm going to show you in a minute. Then we have a really seamless analytics over on-prem operational data. So this is a amazing Azure Synapse link, which has a great idea. I would say that for sure, but this is something that requires more work, I think, and I expect to see more features added to it in the fall, when we expect to have the product released actually before the winter. So then we have Microsoft Purview integration, of course, extremely important as we target Microsoft data platform or our data platform in the cloud. When we build such, then we need to have a single store of metadata, including our operational databases potentially stored in SQL Server 2022 on-prem. So it's not just about, sorry for that, it's not just about the extension, let's say, of Azure Purview to SQL Server 2022. It's about data insights. It's about including into data catalog and data map. And most important, it's about creating a data access rules. So managing access from Purview as a real data governance feature. That's something that I didn't test it yet. So I'm curious about it, and I plan to do that during my probably summer vacation. Don't tell to my family that I'm going to do that. So SQL Server Ledger. When it comes to SQL Server Ledger, it's a really breakthrough, I would say. Haven't tested yet, but that's something very important as it enables a true blockchain in database for financial and very critical business-to-business data validation, so that you can basically enable blockchain technology within the database to validate the cryptographic validation of transactions performed in B2B area. Very good, very important. It requires a lot of stuff. It works in Azure SQL, but now it will be built in Azure SQL 2022. And of course, one of my favorite industry-leading performance and availability means built-in query performance. So you probably know, those of you who work with SQL Server with SQL Server as a platform, you know that intelligent query processing started several versions ago. So we have a lot of stuff already up and running and working as part of the query processor by using a compatibility level of the database. So we have memory grant feedback, we have deferred compile for table variables. We have many features already in the product, but now, and in every single version, every version that is coming, we have more and more added to intelligent query processing, which is probably not something that everyone will dive into, like how it works, unless you're really curious. Like me, for example. But the important feedback of that stuff is you can run and expect consistent performance of your stored procedures and queries in every next version of SQL without the need to change your code. Well, that's kind of like marketing message here, not only technical, I'm afraid, because that doesn't mean that you can write a code and it will work fine with the next version of SQL just after you upgrade. But at least those things that you basically don't expect, or let's say, in other words, expect the engine to cover for you, like sensitivity of the query plans based on the data distribution, that is already covered. So I would say that this is a big roadmap, which I'm sure will be further developed. But in this product, in this version 2022, there have been many changes and many new use cases which fit under this like covering of your code works better in next version without changing it. Good. So if I must summarize of key capabilities of SQL Server 2022, then I can divide them into very like important areas. Cloud connected means a really hybrid stuff, but hybrid stuff is not just here. I would say it's not only on those features, because we have Azure Active Directory authentication for SQL Server 2022. So we have additional security, like granularity on data masking and many other stuff, which help to build a hybrid environment with SQL Server 2022. I mentioned building intelligence, and I'm going to show you some stuff there. Then we have JSON. Well, I'm not a fan of it, basically. I'm kind of like more traditional. If you run SQL, then you must do a relational processing and store relational data, basically. But anyway, it's not just me. There are like many development environments and many other cases in the market. So I believe that new JSON functions will benefit those cases. So I would warn you here, be very careful with those, because this is not relational processing. So data virtualization is also connected to hybrid, basically. So you can access every possible data lake that you can think of in Azure Cloud or in S3. So you can read by using extended open query, just like you do with the built-in of Synapse Analytics. So that means SQL Server becomes like one of the major points, one of the major parts of your architecture, data platform architecture, which contains not just on-prem, but easy connect with cloud environments. And let's start with Cloud Connect features. So it's probably time for a demo now. So let me get through just a little bit more specific features included, and then I'm going to switch to the demo so that I can see the Azure Managed Instance Replicated Data Failover. So hopefully. So when it comes to SQL 2022, there are features in on-prem to support the hybrid environments, and there are connections to Azure Data Platform as well. So when it comes to on-prem environment, we have an additional features added to distributed availability group, and we use self-hosted integration runtime for the link with Synapse Analytics. So when it comes to availability, though, it's not just the extension that we have here, like to managed instance and to distribution availability group. What we have on top of the availability group in the new version is a contained availability group. So a contained availability group means you got availability group with its own copy of system databases, master, and MSDB. Guess why? Because all the dependencies of the databases included in the availability group are preserved and replicated as part of the availability group configuration. So those are accounts, those are jobs. So all that stuff is managed in a copy of our system databases for a specific availability group. So I've seen that, but I didn't test it yet. So I will be able to give you way more details in the fall on that one. But it really looks good to me right now. It deals with the issues of dependencies when you install and maintain your availability group. And it will be really important for cases like you have to update or let's say create login accounts for availability group, and you must use a solution for synchronizing them manually. So now it's time to, I think, to dive a bit into the demo. So Azure SQL managed instance. So when it comes to managed instance, we have we address basically what is up issue now, like a really difficult setup to maintain a disaster recovery site for SQL Server on-prem. Even though it's a really good scenario, it's very difficult to maintain. On top of that, what about maintaining it to managed instance as platform as a service? If you need to go to transfer your data to managed instance easy and use managed instance as a read-only copy in the cloud of your operational databases, then this link is for you, and it works really well. So you can basically do a really smooth migration to managed instance with no downtime. And what is interesting though is you can perform a failover of SQL Server 2022 databases to Azure managed instance, and hopefully during the fall they will add this feature of being able to fail back. Do you know what that means? Well, you probably know that Azure SQL has the most recent version of the engine. So what does it mean to be able to fail over to the version which is before the most recent? Is this a breakthrough in the product? Well, we will see. Hopefully it is. So when it comes to that, we need to do a different configuration. So it's not about the configuration, it's actually about the prerequisites of this link to works. So when it comes to SQL, we have our primary user database. We define a managed instance link, and we use replicated databases in the cloud. So the technology behind the scene is availability group. So let me switch to that test. What do I have here? So I have here my SQL Server, but can you see the version here? It's 2019. It's not actually 2022. And that's because this link is supported by using different version of SQL. So let me get back, not that one, I'm afraid, but this one. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, here we go, the link feature. So when it comes to the link feature, we have SQL 2022. Yeah, you must sign up. So I did. It takes some time, but in between, I decided to test with 2019. And you can by using cumulative update 15 or above. And of course, you can do it with not actually like something you assume you can do, but you can. That's good news. So you can install some stuff and doing even with the previous version of the product. So what do I have here? Here I have a database, which is AdventureWorks 2019. The database has been synchronized with my managed instance, which has this database as a read-only. So this is my managed instance. This is my read-only database. And this is the setup that has been performed for my database. So what are the prerequisites though? The prerequisites are like a few things that you must define beforehand, but let me try to show you the feature first, and then I will get back to the prerequisites. So first of all, this is my SQL 2019. So this is my managed instance. and connection, which I have now. And then I will check a table, like for example, person. Yeah, so select star from this table. Here we go. So this is my managed instance. And then I will change a name, or let's say a last name of business entity ID, but I will do that in my SQL Server. So if I type something like this here, so let me type the update first, not that one, I'm afraid. Okay, update person, and I will run that in my SQL. Okay, set last name equals to Smith, let's say. Yeah, and where business identity ID equals to 1. So if I run this here in the managed instance, it will tell me, sorry, but the database is read-only. That's probably something that you must not do here. So that's okay. I will go to and connect to my SQL now, and I will run this query here. Yeah, and I'm going to update this to Smith. Here we go. So then I will get back to my managed instance, and you can see that it has been it just has been updated. So that's basically availability group configuration. That's fine. You saw that it works. So let me now do failover. So failing over means I'm going to define my managed instance as a primary or read-write instance. Okay, that will take a while, probably. Let's do that. Yeah, of course. So, yeah, okay, good. Oh, really? Yeah, of course, security versus availability or usability, but I'm going to do that. Now, here we go. Okay. Yep. So that's my subscription. Login successful. That's fine. Yeah, that is, let's say, planned failover, which I confirm the workload is stopped, but you can do a forced failover as well. So basically, planned failover means, yeah, I'm not going to have any data loss. So what I'm going to do with that availability group now, so if I have to delete it, then that's fine. Or if I have to delete the distribution availability group, that's fine. When should I do that? If that is the case that I configured for migration and it's just one time only. So in that case, I would not like to preserve my SQL Server 2022 or on-prem for further failing back. So this is very convenient though, otherwise the deletion will be a little bit of like manual task probably. So I will do the script in new query editor, but I will do this with the wizard. So let's see. You can see that because this is planned downtime, what it does during the downtime is like during the failover is to switch to synchronous so that I don't have anything to potentially lose as a data. So it switched to synchronous, it performs failover, and it switched back to asynchronous communication, which is actually the default one configured in this link. So you can see that, yeah, the planned failover has been performed. So yeah, and this is basically the standard syntax for performing a failover of this case. Yeah, here we go. Allow data loss or not. I don't know what's behind the scene, but we're about to understand. Still not implemented as a failback though. So if I get back to my update here we go. This is my link. And you can see that will not be Smith, but for example, that will be yeah, now I can do it. What about my SQL on-prem? Let's see. I'm connected to on-prem now, or let's say SQL Server. And yeah, here we go. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, you see, almost. So of course, we will have it at some point, but for now, the link is one directional. It will be bidirectional in a while. What are the prerequisites for this link to work? So let me show you some stuff here before switching to the next demo. So you have Azure SQL Managed Instance link. So you have replicate database. Basically, this performs all the configuration for you if all the prerequisites are met. First of all, you must have a direct connection between managed instance and your on-prem server or Azure virtual machine. So that means either the virtual machine is deployed in your environment in the managed instance VNet, or you have your connection between VNets, VNet peering in Azure. If the virtual machine is in on-prem environment, then either ExpressLink or VPN gateway or something that connects them. And on top of that, you must have the endpoint defined and the port 5022 defined as well. Opened, sorry, not defined, of course. So whatever link you choose to implement with this, you must consider all this stuff. There are a good tests which you can perform for potentially testing the configuration or the connection between those two before you set up your Azure link. So then the two instances communicate through certificate. This is part of SQL, this is part of the Synapse link configuration. So basically you don't need to do anything according to the link itself. You just need to have your database configured in a full recovery model and potentially having a full backup already. So of course, the database should have a database owner defined. So all that stuff is important. And if I click on manage link and I click replicate, then it checks all the requirements for me, of course. Like always on should be enabled, by the way. And there are a few trace flags, which probably will be included into the final version in the release. But for now, you must define them, like trace flag for compressing the transfer, trace flag for optimizing the transfer to in the availability group configuration. So those two needs to be enabled. Sysadmin role membership always only enabled at the instance level. So those are really well documented, so you can go through really easy. Here we go. So this is my new database, like ALT. This one is a member of existing distributed availability group. So if I want to include that one, I must switch this database to a full recovery model. So I'm not sure, I probably didn't do that. Let's check this, that one is important as well. And yeah, cool. Can you see the compatibility model? I will keep it like this, by the way, so we can see how that works. Yeah, getting back to the link now, and potentially, here we go. Oh, it's still required, but I just switch, full backup. Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay, so let's do that really fast. Yeah, just okay. Now should be ready. And yeah. Yeah, I love that message. So let's, of course, yet another one. Yeah, I'm prepared with the SMS for the SMSs. Yeah, not this time. Good. So it manages to recognize my resource group and my managed instance because I already have it configured once. And then I must log in to my managed instance. Here we go. Good. Login successful. And as you can see, everything basically comes as defaults, like the name, the endpoint, the certificate name. So exchanging the certificates between the servers or part of the configuration. So you don't need to do anything in advance. And this is important. You create, or the wizard, the link creates an availability group for you, and it's a database based solution. So no matter how many availability groups you have on your on-prem server, it creates availability group for a specific database and distributed availability groups for that specific database as well. So the solution will be, or at least it's now, per database solution. So you can't actually have several databases transferred at once or be part of the same availability or distributed availability group configuration for now. So here we go. What will happen though, what will happen as part of this hybrid link is a seeding of the database. So after a while, the configuration will be created successfully, hopefully, and then the seeding of the database will perform. So that means the database shouldn't exist in the managed instance. So the configuration will create a database and will perform the seeding instead of us. Here we go. So now you will see after a while that this database will appear in my managed instance. Here we go. And this database will be actually seeded automatically. And one of the trace flag is to compress, to speed up this seeding. This database is very, very small. So I hope that we will be able to see the database seeding. Yeah, so let's see if that will work. Okay. I don't see how much that will be. Like probably that something has been changed recently, but here is the estimated setting. So not started yet. After a while, it will do it. But actually, I can go and try in my managed instance to switch to my database. Here we go. And I can try to select some stuff here. So from tables, they will appear after a while. Okay, good. That was fast. So yeah, here we go. We got it. So the database has been transferred. It has been configured. And now I got availability group, which is configured for my database here, and a distributed availability group, which is actually configured automatically for me for having those two instances, or like managed instance and my on-prem, as connected and synchronized. So when it comes to availability group on-prem, it's a single replica availability group. So you can see that. It has been created for me and with an automatic mode of seeding. And then it has the the distributed availability group, which actually has two replicas. So my AG here and my managed instance. Good. So you can see that basically when it comes to use case scenario, it could be really good for migration or for having your operational databases as a disaster recovery in the cloud, or at least read-only in the cloud, so that once you have them, you can perform any analytics on top of that distributed availability group. And again, it's per database for now. The other stuff here is Azure Synapse Link for SQL Server. So yeah, another favorite features of mine. It's not surprised that we have this feature now in the product, because we had it in Azure Synapse Analytics for Cosmos DB. So kind of like I would expect to have it for SQL first before having it for Cosmos DB. But the point here is that you can have your link to Azure SQL pool for specific tables. So here the scope of synchronization, the scope of the link is a table, or let's say not a table, but a database, more or less, and tables within the database. So, but you can think of like a table level, because you can group tables which can be synchronized to your SQL pool in Synapse Analytics, not built in though, just SQL pool. And you can have them as a replica there, and they can be synchronized on ongoing basis. So that sounds cool if you want to perform analytics on top of your operational data, and you want to, like, say, synchronize the data which changes quite often in on-prem, and you must have them in the cloud in Synapse Analytics SQL pool. So you can run reports on top of that. They can be part of your data warehouse, or they can be just staging data tables. So staging tables which gets data from on-prem, and then you use them to process something, to read the most recent data, and to load to your store schema. So this could guarantee basically the very fast updates, or almost real-time analytics in the cloud. So it's a change feed based. So what does it mean? Well, it means that it creates for you similar to change data capture. So it requires it reads from the transaction log file. It's not trigger based. It's not something else. It's just similar to change data capture that we had some time ago, and we still have it basically. So when a table is defined in the scope of synchronization, then a schema in on-prem database is created in SQL Server 2022. And it's based, this schema helps to do the synchronization immediately. So let me show you that stuff then. So I'm going to close that just in order to not to have it easier. Here we go. So now I got several databases in my SQL Server 2022. I will use those two, actually, and this one for my Synapse link. So when it comes to the database, this will be my Synapse, my on-prem server, which is basically virtual machine in the cloud. What I managed to configure here is a self-service integration runtime. So the connection, or the feed, the transferring of data, is performed by self-service integration runtime. I think you're not surprised hearing that. So let me go to Synapse Analytics now, and let me show you what I got here. So when it comes to Synapse Analytics, I have my SQL pool. So basically I need to run it, of course. So let me resume it. So this is my SQL pool, which will be the target of my data synchronization. I do have my integration runtimes. Here is the auto resolve. Here is my configured integration runtime, which is self-hosted and configured to that virtual machine. So the connection is made via those integration services runtime. Then what I need on top of that is I need an additional so-called staging data lake or staging area, which is used by the link, so that basically what it does is it reads the data from self-service integration runtime. So the data are put in a specific folder, and then we have the data as a schema, as a JSON format, which is used to apply the snapshot in my SQL pool. And then the data are transferred via per-caf files on that and put as a delta on that lake as a staging area, and then inserted or deleted and inserted into my SQL pool. So how that works, basically. I hope I will have my SQL pool. Yeah, it's up and running now. So it works via integration and the link connection. So let me define this and let me show you the existing link connections that I have. So the link connection is basically something that starts over time. So let me, for example, start that one. And at the same time, I will define a new one so that you can see what it looks like to define a connection like this. So the source type will be my SQL server in this case, and the linked service. So the linked service is based on SQL, on self-service integrated runtime, and on a database. So in that case, I will try to use, I'll try to define a new one now. So that will be number 3. That will be connect via self-service. Yeah, the server name is, yeah, so I hate typing, as you probably know. So especially when I do it during the demo. So my database will be test link. Oh, no, I don't think it's a good time now, so thank you. And I will use SQL authentication. By the way, in the CTP 2.0, SQL authentication is the only method for doing that. And let me check. Yeah, SQL to Synapse link. Yeah, okay. Typing. I need that account to be DB owner. Probably it's not like necessary to be DB owner. You can do it to the different roles, but that's not the point here. So for now, yeah, and okay. Oh, good. Oh, something. Yeah, good. There's been a delay in typing for some reason. Okay, let me test. I have some doubts about the password, but oh, that's good. Okay, so I got it then, and I got my new link. Here we go. So creating the link. Good. So I must filter the source table. So which table I'm going to transfer. So when I do this, like, let me check just one of those tables. I can see the data and I can see the schema. So if I have a table with a different schema, then that schema should be preserved in SQL pool. So you must create it in advance. But for now, I do have my tables in DBO, so I don't need to do anything as an extra stuff. And you can see the data and the table. So let me continue. Target pool. Well, I don't have many options. Then target pool is here. Yeah. So that will be the linked connection number 5. I have a really smart naming convention. Don't blame. Core count. What is a core count? So basically that link needs a compute power. So not surprisingly, it's a cluster behind the scene. So when the link starts, it will means that the cluster starts and it will perform a snapshot of the table and it will synchronize that table in the pool. So I will use the intermediate data lake storage, and this will be my folder path in the data lake. Here we go. Yep. So I will generate the token for that one. And I think that's fine for now. So should be enough for configuring that. This is configured already as a link. The source table will be product with a round robin and com store index. You can say, yeah, drop and recreate those tables for me if they exist, and I must publish it and then start it, or do both. Yes, okay, please do that for me. So that will be my link connection number 5. In the meantime, until that starts, let's see which one has been started already. So this one has been started. This link contains like 4 tables, and this link basically means that these 4 tables are presented in my pool. So if I go back, those are sales LT, several tables in sales LT schema. Yeah, not that fast though. Okay, good. So workspace, that's my SQL pool. So after a while, you will see the DBO products table. What it means, it will start the new link connection. It will perform a snapshot, and it will create a table for me here. So it will take a while, like a couple of minutes, I hope, and we will be able to see the table. So until then, you can see that I've been transferring some stuff here, and I got my sales LT customer, sales LT product. There are some limitations of columns or column types that you can transfer through that link. For example, user-defined data types are not supported yet. So I'm not sure that what will stay in the product. We're in the middle of discussion for that, because my feedback in that case was, yeah, at least aliases will be supported, because the behavior now is like, yeah, you transfer the table, but if the table has columns which are user-defined data types as an alias, then those columns will be skipped. And suddenly, when you configure that link, you see that you missed several columns in your table, which is not a desired behavior. I believe this will change, but this is basically something that you will see. So let me open that as a select top script. Here we go. This is my table, which has been connected already via the different link. And let me order by customer ID so that I am able to do something as, let's say, yeah, here we go, to change some stuff. Okay, so this is my this comes from my tests. So I will do this, let's say OMG, and I will change the name like OMG company. So this, in the meantime, has successfully been started. So let me go back and change the customer ID in my, here we go, in my AdventureWorks LT. Yeah, so that's okay. Oh my God. Update and set company name equals to my OMG, where, sorry, customer ID equals, oops, yeah, equals to 1. Here we go. And then I will get back to my, yeah. Please note how that behaves now. So after a while, a record will disappear and hopefully the name will be changed. Ah, here we go. You can see that? So the record disappears. And then if I run it again, that's my update. Why is that? Because it runs in a read and committed isolation level. And on top of that, what it performs is like, it basically creates a Procare file in the staging area. So yeah, should be somewhere here. So it creates a Procare file in the staging area, and then it basically deletes the record and then it loads the new one. Yeah, this creates a bit of frustration for me, and we are kind of like commenting on that and discussing that. I don't know if that will stay or if that will like be changed, but this is how it works now. And now I got it directly in this link. So basically, if I go to link 5, which is the new link that I created, you will see the same, but that will be the product. So I could potentially add new table to the link. That's fine. Like, for example, customer table. I can remove table from the link. This actually requires just publishing, nothing else. So that you don't need to restart the link or do something else. So that's a short introduction to that. To finish the demo, so you can, I will show you the test link, database, and tables. So what has been added here is this schema stuff. So for when you start configuring that, it will add that for you. This means you will have additional change feed tables, which will track the change feed basically. And again, it requires reading the transaction log file, which makes a little bit like restrictions of how you can clean the log if something goes with the connection. You basically can pause it. So pausing or stopping the connection will release the log, because on next run, it will make a snapshot of the entire table anyway. So there are ways to do that and to like keep the operational databases intact, relatively intact, and potentially see your link up and running. Good. So the next thing I would like to show you is just to tell a few words on built-in query intelligence. I will be really fast. I will not be able to show you everything, of course, but I believe this is a good start, and we can like stay tuned to have a full review of SQL Server 2022 in the fall. So when it comes to building intelligence, we have a query store as a primary role in 2022 for performing almost all the cases and optimization. So basically, query store has a critical role in that. But what it comes as a main features in the built-in intelligence is the query store support for read-only replicas, finally. So that means the query store generates the statistics and merges in one single query store in the primary, but you have like a statistics for secondary run, because you usually run secondary, you usually use secondary for running reporting, for example. So you can check that. Query hints, really good stuff for like typing hints or creating hints in the query store, and like instead of putting hints in the code. So this will completely remove the need to do a plan guide if you cannot change the code, or at least it's the easiest way to manipulate the execution plans by using hints. So, and probably one of the most important features is the parameter sniffing, parameter sensitive plan optimizations. So let me try at least to use the remaining few minutes to show you that part. So I will use worldwide importers. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically do some tests. Worldwide importance now has been switched to the 2019 150 compatibility mode. When it comes to when it comes to better plans, oh yeah, that's okay. When it comes to good plans, then we have this execution plan, which is for index seek because and included index seek because we have 3 rows. So it's basically native or expected. But when it comes to scan, for example, and if that plan, the previous one, has been deleted from the cache, which I'm going to do now, then it will create a new one. So this plan is a little bit more complex, and that's because we have a really discrepancy, a big discrepancy into distribution of data. And here is the discrepancy, which I'm going to show you. Okay, good. So that query will take a while, but in the meantime, based on this count of stock items, you will see the distribution of data. So parameter sniffing is an issue when we have a variety of parameters. So for example, for parameter 4 and 5, we have a huge discrepancy of number of values, number of rows. And we have, like, for every other value, we have a way lower number of values. When you run parameterized code, then you know, I guess, that this could produce bad plans at the end of the day. So the plan itself here, forgot that, unfortunately, will contain a parallel cluster index scan. So this plan is good for this heavy query now, but it's basically not good for index seek. So that means if you now perform an index seek after running that query, it will use the plan of that query, which is really heavy, and it will reduce basically the throughput of your execution. Here we go. This is the plan with the parallel stuff. And if I run this now, even though it's fast, you can see that it works with that plan, which is expensive in general and very, very, it could potentially reduce the throughput. So how we deal with that? Usually we deal with the hints, like we perform optimize for a specific value, or in this case, we potentially would do recompile. So what I will do in this case is really fast to show you that I'm going to switch to the recovery model of the database, like this. Here And I will do that again, and that will be it. Here we go. So I'm running the seek one, the best one. I'm altering this. Here we go. Including procedure cache. And then I am running this query. So potentially when you run this query, it will generate the expansive query plan because it runs with the many rows. And then I will get back to the seek. What will happen in 2022 is, here we go. And then I'm getting back. And you can see that I'm keeping that plan. How is that possible? Is that like we do PSP or we deal with parameter sniffing issues in these versions? Yeah, almost. Parameter sniffing issues which are connected to a different or to a huge discrepancy of data distribution. How do we do that? Well, it actually runs a dispatcher query plan and it picks like different query plans for different distribution of data. And then it chooses between them at the runtime. So if you see, I probably missed to clear the query plan. Anyway, you can see the query variants. So for now, I got my 2 query plans or 2 query variants, and I can actually show you that in the XML so that you can see that. Here we go. So we have dispatcher. Dispatcher is the new stuff in the plan. So the plans have been created with the dispatcher. It basically gets the interval of values, and then it uses a specific interval of values for a specific column, like this low and high boundary, and it uses that for building the execution plans. Extremely good stuff. So based on the dispatcher plan and the variance based on the statistics, of course. So you have basically several cache plans, and they are chosen during the runtime. So this means it's not just overwrites. It doesn't overwrite the plan, but it does more than that. So there are way more optimizations in that part, but I believe this is a whole new session or whole different sessions, really interesting with covering cardinality estimation feedback, degree of parallelism feedback. So basically every possible way up until now in the engine to tune the query execution by giving a feedback using the concept of memory grant feedback and running an optimized plan. And the good news is that you gain part of it during the upgrade. Then you can still have your compatibility level and gain some stuff, and you can gain all the stuff in the optimization of DB compatibility level 160. So as a summary, there are so many exciting things in 2022, and I would like to talk for a whole day, but we don't have time now. So I believe that building performance will be a whole new session, which I'm going to enjoy probably and plan for the fall, so that you see every single detail of it and how that affects your code. So these are the links. Stay tuned, keep the excitement, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you for your attention.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can start.
Okay, that's great.
Have a great session.
Thanks. So, thank you for having me today as a speaker. And thank you for organizing this. And I'm Damir from Croatia, and I will talk about some SQL Server function syntaxes tips and tricks that are already from 2016 up to date. I still didn't enhance this session with many great features introduced in SQL Server 22, but in the fall I will have a brand new session that actually we will have a lot of nice features from SQL Server 2022. Thanks to the great sponsors, because without sponsor, such events are not possible, of course. And a little bit about myself. So I am a developer, mostly using C#, ASP.NET applications, and I am actually in the last few years oriented to SQL Server and to development and optimization. I'm working for a company called Span. It's from Croatia, but we are international, and I'm senior database developer. I'm leading the Croatian SQL Server user group. I'm organizing SQL Saturday or Data Saturday events in Croatia, and I am also co-founder of Data Weekender conference. And I'm also MCT, and also I am for 2 years awarded with Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. Here you can find my contact details, so feel free to contact me if needed something. This session is some kind of retrospective of some nice features introduced from SQL Server 2016 up to date. Most of improvements in developer perspective is about functions related to string manipulations, and there are also some other segments. So this session is not strictly about performance tuning, but more from a developer point of view. So SQL Server 2016 introduced us some cool functions. The first one is string split, and it's for splitting strings value by separator. It can have, of course, multiple usages, like input parameter for store procedures, etc. The function returns a single column table with parts or fragments, and the name of the column is value. Return type depends on the input arguments. The table value function can be used not only in the select statement to get the results, but also in the where or from part of the query. So I know there are many theories and approaches and solutions about splitting string in SQL Server. I prefer the one with XML, but there are maybe also better ones, and about that you can find a cool article in deep review by Aaron Bertrand. And I will show you the comparison in the demo between the string split and the old approach with the XML. A string escape is a function for escaping special characters by a defined rule. And the only supported rule up today is JSON. And the point of this is that 2016 introduced us JSON. And so it's logical that actually we have functions to escaping character for JSON objects. And the last function introduced in SQL Server 2016 is format message. Actually, it is an old function, and it's only enhanced in 2016 to accept the optional message string argument. And this means you can use your own string to build a message. If you are, for example, a developer, and maybe you are thinking how you can concatenate strings in SQL Server, like, for example, using C# string format, then you could use the format message function for that. And let's jump on the first demo of today. So, string split. I have here a sentence with the delimiter is here, and these are the ingredients for mojito cocktail. So I'm actually using this function string split, and here is the result of that. There are some disadvantages of this function. For example, if you have two separators and without string, you will get an empty string. So you should actually think about it. And also another downgrade of the string split function is that you cannot use more than one character for splitting strings. So you will get an error if you try to do it. So you can use only one character for splitting strings. And maybe if you have a nice function that maybe solve this, maybe you will be disappointed with this, but it's not a big problem. So as I told you, you can use it, for example, like an input parameter or store procedure or something like that. But so it has many usages. So let me show you this example. For example, give me all invoice lines where stock items IDs are in the list of the input parameter. Okay, this on the screen you can see the old function. The old function meaning is a function that actually use the XML approach for splitting strings, and this was one most commonly used. Maybe it's not the fastest one, but I know many examples where it was used. So let's see if it is working. Of course, it's working. So I can split a string with my old function. But now let's turn statistics on and let's compare the old one approach with XML with the new one with string split. So at the top of the screen, you can find the old function, and on the bottom, you can find the new split string. So the result is pretty much the same. If we first look at the execution plan, we can actually notice that the old function was using 64% of the whole query batch, and the new one with string split only 36%. There are also some improvements in used memory and etc. But let me show you here messages, and notice here, of course, that the first function, the old function had 227 logical reads in temporary objects and 16 logical reads in the table I was using for splitting. The new function was using only 16 logical reads, so no temporary object to accomplish the task. So it's much better because you don't have spills on drive for that. It's also much faster, but in this example, it's maybe not visible right now because it's really a small example. But okay, if you look here at the statistics, so the old function was using 60 milliseconds of CPU time, and the new one almost 0, so it was much faster. Okay. I will now return to the slides, and afterwards I can show you other functions that are not so much important, like the one here at the beginning of this script. SQL Server 2017, it introduced us with, for example, trim. The trim can be used, of course, for like a replacement for a combination of right trim and left trim, but also you can use it for replacing other characters at the beginning, at the end of your string. So it is much more complex and useful than the old L trim and R trim. String aggregate is introduced in SQL Server 2017 and is pretty much the opposite from string split described earlier. There are also other approaches and solutions to aggregate data in SQL Server before this function. And the one also really good performing is also with combination with XML and stuff. You can also find cool articles on Redgate Simple Talk about different methods for aggregating strings, and I will show you in the demo compartment of this to one. Translate is also a new function from SQL Server 2017. So if you may be thinking that it has something in common with language translation, that you are wrong. But to be honest, this would be cool, for example. But the function translate actually replaces multiple characters inside the given string value. So it actually replaces character by character. It's not for words replacement or strings, but actually it replaces character by character. It cannot be used also to replace character with an empty string. So actually you must have always one character that you want to replace and the second character with the new value. And this is actually possible with the old one replace function, but all maybe if you are building your own solutions for that. Concat VS, it's actually enhanced function because there was a function called concat. It was introduced in SQL Server 2012, and simply as that it returns a string that is the result of concatenating two or more string values. The new function, concat VS, is here from SQL Server 2017, and it actually concatenates a variable number of arguments with a delimiter specified in the first argument or separator. Maybe example of this could be building of a CSV file or something like that. So you can use concat VS when you want to concatenate more than one strings, but with the same separator. Okay, let's see a little bit of demo. So first I will show you aggregate. I have here gin and tonic, and I want to aggregate these three words by using space. So I can use this string aggregate, and the value is the name of the column I want to use, and this is the delimiter with I want to aggregate. Let's see some real database error examples. So the first one will have an error. But why is the case of this? So I wanted to aggregate all customer names from sales customers with comma. The problem of this one is actually that if you look here at the customer name, this is a column of nvarchar 100. So SQL Server actually, when concatenating this nvarchar of 100, overpass the limit of 8,000 bytes. And because of this reason, I get an error. But what I can do to solve this error? I can actually convert or cast the column to nvarchar max. And now when I am running the same example again, I will get actually all the customer names concatenated, and there is no more error. So if you try to concatenate, to aggregate, columns that are not varchar max, you will get an overflow if the result is more than 8,000 bytes. What will happen, for example, if you try to aggregate null values? So this is interesting. The null values will be ignored, and this is sometimes okay, depending on the case you want to achieve. Okay, and this is an example of aggregating invoice IDs, all the invoice IDs for a customer. But here, actually, sometimes there is a possibility that these IDs are not sorted from smallest to largest, for example, if you like. So if you really like to achieve this, that the resulting string is sorted, then you can use this syntax here, string aggregate within group, and then in the order by you can describe your sort order. So now when I rerun this query, this result is sorted out by descending by invoice ID, and it's all great. Let's compare some performances. So this is the old approach by using XML and stuff. And here at the bottom of the query, you can see the string aggregate function. When I run both queries, the result is, of course, the same. If you look at the execution plan, you will notice that the old approach with XML stuff has used almost 100% of the whole batch. And the second one with string aggregate was almost 0. Let's look at the messages. So the first one had used 125 milliseconds of CPU time, and the second one with string aggregate only 62 milliseconds. And meaning that actually the string aggregate functions is better performing. Okay, now I will quickly show you some other functions that I described earlier. For example, string escape. So I will run this. You know, this string has some special characters, and as you can remember, this function can escape special character for JSON. So notice here that I have this, the resulting string is escaped, and it's actually a usable JSON string. Format message, you can use the format message for that. So you can actually format if you want, for example, to aggregate person name with drink name, so like person name likes, drink name, cheers, whatever. So for this, you can actually use the new function here, the format message. So see that it's really cool because you can actually use his variables like string variable or number variables or placeholders, and then after the message you can pass one or more parameters that you want to put here. So it's really similar to C#. Okay, this is the example of the trim. So you know this, you have special spaces at the beginning of the string, at the end of the string. So the old way is to use L trim, R trim, and here the same result you can get by using only trim. But trim is a much more complex function, so you could use it also for replaces, for example, other characters, like for example A from this string here. And if you run this, we will get only this part. And so the spaces and the character A is actually replaced. Translate works in this way. So actually, I will show you this example only. So if you have a starting string and you have characters that you want to replace, so you can actually specify it here, the first character, the resulting character for the replacement, and also second character and the destination character for this character. So SQL Server will actually replace character by character, and you will get this result here. This can be also achieved with, for example, replace, but the point of this is that actually you must call the replace function twice to achieve this. But also the replace functions has some advantages because you can actually replace more than one character at once. Okay, concat versus concat vs. So actually concat was, the point of concat is that you have some variables and strings that you actually want to aggregate, and you get one sentence here. The newly introduced concat vs is also for concatenating, but it's actually concatenating by the same character or string in the first parameter. So every column or variable after the first character will be concatenated using this character. So this is an example of how you can build CSV file or something like that. Okay. Let me check if there are some maybe questions. I don't see. Oh, there is something I cannot actually read. Okay. No matter. Let's go to the slides. So sometimes this error that you can see on the screen can be very frustrating and almost impossible to detect what insert statement or record is the cause of this issue. Imagine that we are trying to insert some values from another table or a complex select statement. So in SQL Server 2019, Microsoft team did a great job and actually changed this error in the much better way. So actually, if you look at this example, notice that now we know some basic parameters of the error. The table in which the error occurred, the database, the table, the destination column name, and also the value or part of the value where the error occurred. Just please keep in mind that the error number changed from 8,152 to 2,628, and if your code you refer to use the old error number, then you can turn off this feature. by using this command. So alter database scope configuration, set verbose truncation warning to off. SQL Server 2019 introduced us the UTF-8 support. So actually, why? Before SQL Server 2019, storing some characters like ASCII or Cyrillic in SQL Server was limited. SQL Server supports Unicode characters in the form of nchar, nvarchar, and ntext data types that are using UTF-16 encoding. The penalty for this was that you need to pay the price for more storage and memory because you had to store all the data in the Unicode, meaning UTF-16, even when you needed only ASCII characters. UTF-8 is the dominant character encoding system for the World Wide Web, and it is used in over 90% of all web pages. UTF-8 database support allows us application internationalization without converting all strings to Unicode. UTF-8 support in SQL Server 2019 is implemented as new collations, and in total there are 1,553 new collations that you can choose for a database, and you can identify them because they finish with the UTF-8 suffix. So here is one example. We are trying to the Ukrainian translation for the phase SQL Server supports UTF-8 collation. And if Google Translate doesn't lie to us, it should be something like visible here. On the left side, you have the non-UTF-8 database. Notice in this example that the results of the query where we are using the data type is incorrect. We are actually losing Cyrillic characters, and the characters are displayed correctly only in the second query where we are using the nvarchar data type. On the right side, the UTF-8 database, the result is now correct. So meaning we see Cyrillic characters with both data types, varchar and nvarchar. Also look at the column data length value. So you can notice that there is a slight improvement in the consumption of the space needed for storing Cyrillic characters using the UTF-8 encoding. A little bit of demo. So I am lowering the compatibility level of World Wide Web importers, and I created a small test table with first name and last name columns, and I am trying to insert three values here. So I actually get this error. Your data, binary data will be truncated, and now I don't have a clue which record did make this error. So here is pretty easy to see because I can actually see that the last name has only a length of 6, and this actually record here is larger than 6 characters. But of course, imagine that you are using a big query and really you cannot see row by row and find easily what was the error of this. So now I am altering the compatibility level of the database to 219 SQL, and I'm going to insert the same records, and you will actually see that now this error is much useful. So string or binary data will be truncated in the database name, table name, schema name, and which column is the problem. So the last name column is problem, and the part of the truncated value starts with Daniel. So it's much better now. Okay, let's see. These are all the UTF-8 collations that you can find in the SQL Server 2000 and from now 19. I will create test databases, and I will run this query, but actually you did see it already in the slides. So the first two examples are from the non-UTF-8 database, and the second one are from the UTF-8 database. And also you can see that in the UTF-8 database, the varchar displays the correct result, while here in the non-UTF-8, it's not actually display the correct result here. And also we have some improvements in the storage. Okay, let's return to the demo, to the slides, sorry. So SQL Server Compress and Decompress are introduced from 2016, the engine. As you probably know, SQL Server already supports row and page compression. And actually, this compress function is not the replacement for them. The function returns the data type of var binary max that represents the compressed content of the input. The function uses a gzip algorithm for data compression. Compressed data cannot be indexed. It's recommended to use it on rarely used data, maybe some log data or XML data, because the data is not simple readable or usable if first not decompressed. On short text values, the compressed data could use more space than the original data. This is, of course, normal behavior, like if you are trying to compress a file with really small or no content. One more thing about XML. So it's compresses very efficient in compressing XML, but from 2022 SQL that's now out, I know that there are some natively XML compressions inside. So I didn't play it about them, but I am sure that they are better performing than this compress and the compress function, because if you want to search something in this by using these functions, you must first decompress the whole string. What about the compress? So the compress should be the opposite of compress mechanism, or maybe not. So the problem with the compress is that the function returns data type of var binary max. So if you like to get the original value, you must first cast it in the original data type. Okay, and you can really get strange results if you don't cast it in the original data type. So let's jump on the demo. Okay, I have here a large string. I want to compress it, and this is a compressed value of var binary max. Let's see the compression rate or the efficiency of this compression. So the original side is more than 1000 in size, and actually the compressed one is 62% compress ratio. But if I like to compress a really small string, the compressed size is larger than the original size, so I have a compression rate of minus 20%, and this is actually normal. Let's compare it to the row and page compression. Oh, I must, sorry. I will need some small time to generate this data. Let's give me, please, a second. I want to show you what are the storage savings with page, row, and this compress function. Okay, so this is the original record, order lines copy. It's a small table, and this is the same table but compressed. And now I am comparing this. So the original table, non-compressed, is using about 43 megabytes. The row and page compressed data are using 22 megabytes. And the one with the function, the last one is the function compress. So it used 32 megabytes. So there is some actually storage saving. Okay, and this is the second example. So here I have the XML, original not compressed data, and this is the XML compressed. And when you make a comparison of these two, you will actually see that the XML is pretty good, has a pretty good compression. So almost 50% is the compression rate for XML documents. But it's actually slow because first you must do the compressed data to be able to read results. So let's see here. This is actually example of one sentence that I first compressed and then decompressed. So the result actually is var binary max, so it's not readable. If you want actually to be able to read the decompressed data, you must cast the data in the original data type. So I was starting with nvarchar, and I first compress it, so decompress it, and after that cast it to nvarchar, of course. Okay, let's see a little bit of statistics. So turn on statistics, and now let's select all the order lines that with the order line smaller than 10,000. Okay, so you can see this is the original one without compression. The second one is compressed. So I must first decompress it and cast it to XML, to the original data type. If you run it, you will see that the non-compressed one was using 66% of the whole batch, and the compressed and the compressed one only 34%. But this is actually not really good estimations, because if you look only at this number, you will maybe think that the first one is better performing than the second one. But if you look at the CPU times, you will notice that the first one without compression was using only 109 milliseconds. And the second one was using almost 1 second of CPU time, so much more. But then, because of what are here these estimations, so it's strange. The estimations are based on logical reads. So the first query was using 20,000 logical reads, and the second one only 10,000. So SQL Server actually made these numbers based on logical reads. Okay. Let's return to the slides. So create or alter is a new syntax extension introduced in SQL Server 2016. And actually, this is the possibility to create or alter an object depending if the object already exists or not. Currently supported objects types are store procedures, functions, triggers, and views. Drop if exist is a new SQL Server syntax extension introduced also in 2016. So you can actually remember a lot of situations where you need to drop an object. And from this example, when you are using this temp table or something, there are often situations that you get an error. So now the new drop if exist statement, which is basically a conditional drop statement. So still as before, you can run it only if you have adequate permissions. If the object exists and you don't have adequate permissions, you will get no error message. So the reasons for that is that drop if exist simply suppress the error message. Currently supported objects types by drop if exist are aggregate, procedures, tables, assembly roles, triggers, and many others. Date diff big. So in short, it is introduced in SQL Server 2016. It's almost the same functions as date diff. So starting from SQL Server 2008, but this function actually returns a big int value. So it represents the count of the specific date parts units cross between the specific start and end date. The main difference between the old function is that actually this function use big int data type. So date diff was using int and the date diff big returns big int. So basically date diff big function can handle much bigger values than the date diff function. Also, date diff big can get an overflow error message, but it's much lower the chances for this because big int data type is pretty much large. Hash bytes. In short words, hashing is a process of generating value or values from a string or text using a mathematical function. SQL Server function hash bytes was introduced in SQL Server 2005, and it's actually was supporting only MD2, 4, 5, SHA, and SH1 hashing algorithms. From SQL Server 2012, there are new algorithms, so SHA2, 256, and 512. And prior to SQL Server 2016, the input value was limited to 8,000 bytes. Now the limit does not exist anymore, and you can use the nvarchar var binary max input data type. Starting from SQL Server 2016, all algorithms other than the last two are deprecated, and they will of course continue to work, but only the last two are recommended for usage. Let's see a little bit of demos here. So I'm trying to create a function, and then I returned 2 days after to work, and I am recreating this function. And of course, I get an error because the function already procedure already exists. So this was the old way of solving this problem. So I should type this if object is not null, then drop it and create it and blah, blah, blah. So now actually I can use only this create or alter syntax, and I can run it as much time as I want. So if the object already exists, then it will be altered, otherwise it will be created. Drop if exist. So I'm trying to drop this table. Of course, this table doesn't exist, so I get an error. So if I want to don't get an error, so I could actually use this syntax, check if object exists, then drop it, otherwise nothing. But I can also use this drop conditional drop statement, so if exist, and I can run it as much as I want. So let's see the date diff big function. I have a start and end date. It's the difference, it's only 1 day of these two dates. And when I am using the old function date diff, I can get up to, this is milliseconds, of course. But if you try to get the difference in microseconds, you will get an overflow because, as you probably know, date diff uses int, so it returns int. But with using the date diff big function, I can go even not only to microseconds, but also to nanoseconds, because the date diff big uses big int data type. Hash bytes. So these are all the algorithms for hashing, as you can see. So these are old algorithms, and the new one are these, and actually it's recommended to use them. So the better hashing algorithm you are using, the bigger resulting bytes result you will get. What is a salt? As you probably know from C# or some other program languages, hashing can use salt value. So meaning that actually when you hash the same string, you will get actually different values. But in the case of SQL Server, hashing always, as a result, give you the same result. So there is no salt value. And what also happened if you are hashing different data types. So I'm trying here to hash n varchar and varchar data type. So hashing of different data types, even if you have the same string, you will get a different result. And actually, I am using pretty often this example, hashing. If I want to get the hash value for the whole record. So as you can see here, I have a customer ID. And for example, imagine I have other columns for the customer table. So I'm actually converting the whole invoice and invoice line for a customer to JSON. Okay, and then I am applying the hashing of a JSON, because JSON is n varchar data type, as you know. So I'm hashing the whole string of this record. And for example, if you need to implement some kind of replication on two systems, and you want only to get the values that are different, like invoice and invoice lines that are not the same on the source and destination, you could actually just calculate this hash value, and by comparing the hash value, you will get what records are different. And it's pretty faster than, for example, compare record by record. So here is actually a simpler example of this to get the idea. So I have here records, and if you see by hashes, you will notice maybe here that the ID 1 and 5 are the same, actually, have the same values because the hash is same for these records. Also, the 2 and 6 ID are the same because the hash is same for these records. And it's much easier to compare only hash values than, for example, comparing every column by column for two records. And we are almost finished. Let's return to the slides. So greatest and least are actually new functions that are already for some time in Azure databases, but now they are also introduced to brand new SQL 2022, sorry. And actually, these functions requires at least one argument and doesn't support not more than 254 arguments. Each expression can be a constant, variable, column name, or function, and the combination of arithmetic, bitwise, and string operate. Aggregate functions and scalar subqueries are also permitted. So all expression in the list of arguments must be of a data type that can be comparable and that can be implicitly converted to the data type of the argument with the highest precedence. Implicit conversion of all arguments to the highest precedence data type takes place before the comparison. If one or more arguments are not null, then the null arguments will be ignored during the comparison. And if all arguments are null, then the greatest will return null. The following data types are not supported for comparison, and that are the varchar and var binary max and nvarchar max data types that are 8,000 bytes or below, and will be implicitly converted to varchar, var binary, and nvarchar n. So greatest and least, the function actually returns the greatest returns the maximum value from a list of one or more expression, and the least return the minimum value from a list of one or more expressions. And is much better to use this function than, for example, many switch cases or similar. Let's see just a small demo about this to get an idea for what is that. So simple as that. The greatest return us the largest number of these three numbers here. And you know probably that if you want to get the same result before, you should write some switch cases or many if statements to accomplish this. But not only that, you can also find the greatest string of some strings. So actually is the last string by alphabet. This is the greatest. Okay, this is a quick demo. So I inserted some random records. And this is actually the cool usage. For example, if you want to find the greatest value of 3 columns in a table. So this greatest value is always the largest number. Okay. But also you can compare different data types as while there are can be converted to the same data type. So these are, for example, two strings that are actually numbers. So by precedence, the int is the largest. The int data type has the highest precedence, and SQL Server tried actually to convert all these data to int. And it succeeded here, so we actually get the greatest value of these three. For example, if we can change this string, so now this is actually the greatest value. But of course, sometimes it's not possible to make the implicit conversion, like for example this. So also here, the int has the greatest precedence. So SQL Server was trying to convert all three arguments to int, and then he was unable. Also here will be a small problem because SQL Server is not sure about this data type, so it was actually thinking that this was a number. And what will happen with nulls? So if at least one parameter is not null, then it will make a comparison between them. So null values are ignored in this example here. And when all the values are null, the result will be null. And last thing, so you cannot actually compare if you have a larger string that 4,000 bytes, and also you cannot find the greatest or the lowest value for XML data type because it's not supported. And the least actually is the opposite of the greatest, so the least will return you the smallest value. And that's all for me. Thank you very much for listening to me. Let's see. Are there any questions here? I don't see them. So, Stefka, thank you very much. Thanks to the sponsors one more time. I hope you enjoyed this session. I'm really sorry I was unable to come to Plovdiv, but I hope that I will see you all soon, somewhere. Is anybody here?
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great one needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies, punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
които са в онлайн трака. Малко неочаквано и в последния момент, може би сте очаквали Денис и далеч по-deep dive SQL сесия, но поради различни обстоятелства аз вземам днеска неговото място. Имах късмета. За какво ще си говорим и няма да е за SQL, ще бъде за Power BI. Напоследък се ми се отдава тази чест да говоря за Power BI или за Data Lake-ове. Темата е по-насочена, сега не съм сигурен дали е по-девелопър насочена или по-архитектски насочена, затова аз съм пуснал за Cloud архитекта, обаче абсолютно за всеки ще има нещо интересно да научи. Разбира се, благодарим на спонсорите, без тях това събитие няма как да се случи. Аз съм Ванката Донев, за който от вас не ме познава. В момента съм Data Platform архитект в Shared Services центъра на Световната банка в България и съм Microsoft MVP за Data Platform, сертифициран трейнер, там разни други сертификати, които са сравнително скучни. И ако имате някакви въпроси, оставил съм си контактите, ще се радвам да се свържете с мен, да обсъдим различни неща. Ако имате някакви въпроси по тази или други теми, обичам да споделям знания, да давам акъл, дори когато не е много толкова адекватно. Без повече подробности да минем към аджендата. За какво ще говоря днес? Embedding, различните опции на embedding в Power BI. Ще си поговорим за какви услуги ни трябват, какъв е флоуа и на автентикация, и на данни, и въобще на контент между различните услуги, когато става въпрос за ембедване. Ще си поговорим за секюрване на данните или как това, че сме ембеднали дали в наш портал, дали някъде вътре в организацията, дали просто като публичен линк. Какви са спецификите при подсигуряването на сигурността на нашите данни? И накрая ще поговорим сравнително кратко, ако остане време, за Enterprise интеграцията и когато говорим за големи enterprise, какво означава това за разработчици, за архитекти и какво трябва да имате предвид, когато правите нещата. Защото когато се чете една документация, специално в Microsoft и VDI и така нататък, аз съм забелязал, че всичко е супер лесно, супер next finish, kind of a thing. Обаче, като тръгне да се имплементира в една организация, в която имате изключително много segregation of duties, различни екипи, които отговарят за различни неща, setup, performance, development на едно приложение с embedded content става малко nightmare. Затова ще се опитам да споделя моя опит от последните 1-2 години в това отношение и надявам се да е полезно. Сега оригинално сесията, ако сте били на Global Power BI Summit, може би сте я виждали, няма да чуете нищо по-различно, с изключение на това, че е на български. Ако пък не сте я слушали, радвам се, ще има нещо полезно и за вас. Embedding Scenarios в Power BI. Като цяло, сега отделил съм 4 основни embedding сценария в Power BI, като те покриват от една страна чисто потребителското споделяне и ембедване, вие като репорт девелопери и потребители на Power BI услугата, и от друга страна като разработчици на веб приложения, които пък искат да използват силата и на визуализацията и data storytelling в Power BI. Целият този спектър се обхваща в тези 4 сценария, които виждате на вашия екран. От ляво надясно са наредени, така да се каже, по unsecure и по business user oriented, къмто най-вдясно, разбира се, имаме тези, които са най-трудно за имплементиране или ембедването в веб приложенията и ембедване на порти в веб приложения. Сравнението, което съм решил да направя тук, или което основните differentiators в тези различни сценарии, съм ги отбелязал тук и са свързани с автентикация във всеки един от сценариите, колко е лесно това да се постигне от потребители, дали ви трябват някакви dev skills, било то JavaScript, .NET, JS и така нататък, колко е customizable. или доколко може да разширите решението с ембедването на репорти и най-вече накрая какъв тип е крайният потребител, който ще употребява това, което вие сте ембеднали. Бидейки това вътрешна публика във вашата организация или външна извън вашата организация. И така, сега първият сценарий е Publish to Web. Publish to Web взима един ваш репорт и генерира публичен линк към този репорт. И този линк може да бъде споделен навсякъде. Индексира се от Google, кроуърите му го хващат. Може да бъде ембеднат като iframe абсолютно навсякъде и няма никаква автентикация. Това е възможно най-insecure начинът да споделите репорт. Съответно в организациите е много хубаво това да се ограничи и хубавото е, че Microsoft дава такава възможност, защото в tenant сетингите на вашият Power BI tenant може да забраните кой да е да се създава такива embed линкове. След малко в демото ще ви покажа какво представлява един такъв embed линк и какво означава да няма security. От гледна точка на постигане на ембедването, това е супер easy. Много е лесно, просто натискате един бутон и получавате един линк, който може да сложите абсолютно навсякъде. Включително веб страници с публична информация, във вашия някъде в някаква социална мрежа, ако щете, дори в Instagram. Не ви трябват абсолютно никакви coding skills, не може да имате почти никаква кастомизация. Единствената кастомизация е свързана с може би с това как изглежда репорта. От там нататък в момента, в който е готов, може да кастомизирате почти нищо. И основната публика или основният консуматор на един такъв тип репорт, това са външните потребители. Publish to Web, супер insecure, трудно се, не трудно, много лесно може да се намери в интернет, дори ако щете, ако гугълнете в момента в Google app.powerbi.com/ за embedded репорти, може много лесно да намерите всичко, което е публикувано. По-добре да мина на втория тип, защото ще да кажа какви неща съм намирал, но може би някой друг път на побира ще ви споделя. Вторият вариант, всъщност втория и третия са до някъде се припокриват, така че каквото кажа за ембедването в SharePoint, считайте го за валидно и за ембедването в Web, който е следващия сценарий. Ето тези двата. Ембединга в SharePoint отново ви позволява да генерирате линки, да ембеднете iframe с вашия репорт, но разликата тук е, че вече и се изисква автентикация. Тоест, хората, които ще използват този репорт, искат да видят този репорт, трябва да предоставят потребители парола. И вие съответно трябва да сте им дали права, те да го виждат. Това е един от най-разпространените, за добро или за лошо, не знам, не мога да преценя. Този следващия сценарий са най-разпространените в организациите. Защото самите организации често решават да споделят информацията не просто като репорт, който е в Power BI, а обичат да го екстендват, така да се каже, допълнителна информация, допълнително ресурси и Power BI в този случай не е достатъчен. Така че отива и се ембедва в някакъв SharePoint, в който се слага допълнително някакви libraries, кастомизира се самата страница, така нататък и така нататък. Но хубавото е, че автентикацията си остава, където и да го ембеднете. От гледна точка на колко е лесно, ми отново е на базата на натискане на един линк, нищо особено, никакви coding skills не ви трябва само да разбирате какъв е този код, който ви го дава Power BI и къде да го сложите. От гледна точка на кастомайзинг или на разни корекции, отново почти нищо не може да направите. Сега в SharePoint има 2-3 неща, които може да направите, които ще ви покажа след маничко. И отново, основната публика, основният консуматор в този сценарий, това са хората във вашата организация. Както ви казах, но също е за Embedding Web, с тази разлика, че не ембедвате в SharePoint, а ембедвате в някакво веб приложение, тип, в което може да сложите някакъв iframe. Било то къстъм приложение, някакъв сайт и така нататък. Сега, имахме до тук Publish to Web, който е Public Anonymous Embedding и Sharing. Имаме Embedding SharePoint и Embedding Web, които са споделяне на репорт и ембедване на репорт плюс автентикация. И последният вариант е ембедване в Custom Application. Какво означава това? Това означава, че вие си разработвате веб приложение. Обаче, не взимате и не ембедвате iframe, а си пишете JavaScript, PHP или .NET код, който отива до Power BI, взима контента и го рендърва в вашата страница. Автентикацията е два различни типа, аз ще разгледам след маничко всяка една от тези неща. Не е много лесно да се прави, защото ви трябват coding skills. Задължително ви трябва coding skills. Обикновено ще ви трябва някой, който да напише middleware за ембедването, генерирането на различни access и embed токени. Ще ви трябва някой за single page application да ви направи отпред, къде да се визуализират нещата. Но пък от друга страна имате абсолютно пълната свобода да кастомизирате. Може да изберете дори да ембеднете само един тайл, една визуализацийка от целия ваш репорт. Така че и не само това, между другото, аз ще ви покажа и в Playground, може да екстендвате. Може сами да си дефинирате контекстни менюта, които да работят като леер отгоре върху вашия репорт. И разбира се, в този случай обикновено публиката е internal или external, защото всъщност internal, external, нека да го разграничим и да го изговорим след маничко, когато говорим за различните сценарии на ембедване в Custom App. И сега, нека набързо само да ви покажа как изглеждат всичките тези неща. Тук имам един Power BI репорт, чисто нов. Съм си го направил и искам да го споделя. Обикновено ембедването, да го споделя посредством ембедване. Разбира се, винаги мога да дам този линк и някои хора да го консумират като част от Power BI портала. В моя случай обаче аз искам да направя ембед и вижте, имам 4 опции тук. Имам SharePoint Online, Website or Portal, това бяха втората и третата, които ви ги показах. Publish to Web е Public, това беше първата, която обясних, анонимното споделяне. И третото е Developer Playground, или това е Embedding в Custom App. Така, ще започна с най-unsecure нещото и това е Publish to Web. Имам го този репорт, искам да го споделя и така на целия интернет, да може да го види този репорт или да го споделя с хора, които нямат акаунт в моя Power BI, не са онборднати в моята организация, искам те да видят моите бирени статистики. И ето ги, когато го натисна това нещо, получавам, това е embed скрина, получавам разни варианти от сорта на първо, ето този линк, ако го взема директно, аз мога да го споделя с който искам и той, ето вижте сега тук ще зареда един in private window, взех ли сега? Да. Пускам го и това нещо директно се зарежда в Power BI. Ето виждате, без абсолютно никаква автентикация, нищо не ми поиска. Всяко мога да кастомизирам тук, ето ако искате да си го вземете като iframe, за да го ебеднете в някакъв single page app или някъде някакъв HTML, ако имате, може да коригирате някакви малки неща от сорта на в каква резолюция да се ембедва. Ако искате някакъв placeholder image, ще му сложите ето тук да се появява вместо като някакво малко лого. И кой да бъде default page, ако имате повече от един пейдж в репорта, кой да бъде зареден. Сега отново казвам, това трябва изключително много да внимавате с тази опция, защото тя ви дава анонимен достъп до вашите данни. Ако не ви дреме кой какво вижда, колко сте изпили, примерно в моя случай, и какви бири сте пили и така нататък, как сте ги оценили, и оставете го споделен, ембедвайте си го в различни приложения, няма да ви иска никаква автентикация. Обаче има варианти, в които контента, който трябва да споделите, трябва да бъде само за вътрешни очи. В този случай се използва една от другите опции, Website or Portal или SharePoint. Сега ще ви покажа първо Website or Portal, защото в него това, което получавате са два линка. Един е директен и един, който е iframe type. Ако искате да ембеднете, много прилича на тези другите. Стара си разлика, че ако взема този линк и отида отново в моя in private прозорец. В момента, в който отворя този репорт, ето, виждате ли? Питаме веднага да се sign in. Тоест не мога аз да вляза да го видя този репорт, без да съм оторизиран и да имам съответните права върху репорта да го видя. Така, приключвам. Тук това е ембединга. Сега нека да покажа SharePoint частта. Ако искам да ембедна в SharePoint, тук отново ми дава един единствен линк и спецификата е следната. Ембедва се в SharePoint Online. SharePoint On-Prem е малко трудно, пак трябва да го ембеднете през iframe, докато при SharePoint Online част от widgetите, сега не знам всъщност SharePoint Online, widget ли се казва, то ще е каквото и да е, секциите тук ми позволяват директно да ембедна репорт. Ето вижте един SharePoint сайт, в ембедна от два отделни репорта, един по друг, виждате, те са си интерактивни. Да, ето вижте, страхотен репорт съм си направил, не е минал тестинг, за сметка на това пък се чупи страхотно. Ето, браво. Може би не трябваше да го показвам това. Нищо, този долу работи по-добре. Интерактивността се запазва без абсолютно никакъв проблем. И ако искате да консумирате или да добавите някакъв нов репорт, всичко, което трябва да направите е просто да си добавите секцийка, да си намерите Power BI от всичките налични тук опции. Както сте си автентикирани, пускате си линка, който сте копирали от Embed Report, посочвате си кой пейдж, в какъв дисплей формат да ви го покаже и имате само тези три кастомизации. Аз не искам да ми показва Navigation Pane, не искам да ми показва и Action Bar. И виждам само и единствено моят репорт. И това нещо правим му republish и SharePoint е готов. Това е ембедването с SharePoint. Съответно, за да стигна до този репорт, аз като отворя SharePoint, понеже е вътре в моята организация, той ще ми иска credentials и така нататък и така нататък. Ако е пуснат SharePoint сайта като Anonymous, Power BI, като дойдете тук, ще ви поиска отново credentials. В тази секция ще ви поиска да се sign in. Така. И това са първите три опции. Сега последната е Developer Playground. Нямам ап, не се чувствам комфортно да напиша някакъв web app, така че просто ще ви покажа Developer Playground. Microsoft са релизнали един Developer Playground, който може директно с ваш репорт да си играете, да видите какъв код се екзекютва, къде се екзекютва, буквално може да си го копи-пейстнете, за да си го имплементирате при вас. И вижте какво се случва тук. Ето това е целият код, който трябва да се напише. Това е, мисля, че е някакъв JS. Има си клиент, който трябва да се инсталира, да се добави като библиотека и така нататък. Давате си репорта, автентикирате се и той се зарежда. Споменах ви, че тук ви трябва кодър. Ето вижте, пише се код. Споменах ви, че има автентикация. След малко ще ви разкажа за автентикацията. Споменах ви и за extensibility. Ето, например, аз ако искам тук да правя някакви неща, мога много лесно да направя, ето вижте, Extend Context Menu. Вижте в момента, ако направя right click, това е right click в момента, няма абсолютно нищо. Но ако искам да го екстендна и да кажа, примерно, така, и го рънна това нещо, може би трябваше някои от другите неща да смена. Ето този тайтъл. И ето вижте, тук вече директно аз си кастомизирах върху репорта, като много готиното е, че вие благодарение на тези контекстни менюта имате достъпи до underlying data. Тоест, ако искате да направите някакво кастомизирано drill through или някакъв кастомизиран action, имате вариант да го направите с екстендването на менюто. Тук са абсолютно всички опции, с които може да си поиграете и те са налични през код. Но това, както ви казах, е най-сложната опция и тя е сложна, защото има два специфични сценария, в които тя се имплементира, доста различни един от друг и сега направо мисля да мина да ви ги разкажа. Така, сега влизаме надълбоко в Embedding Custom App сценария, защото другите мисля, че са сравнително ясни. Summary. Тези трите са сравнително клиентски, Power User Oriented. Това е 100% Developer Oriented. Enterprise Level App с абсолютно целият рейндж на кастомизации, които може да си позволите в Power BI. Така, ембедването в Custom App. Когато ембедвате в Custom App, преди обаче да разкажа, искам да направя един рекол и да спомена две основни неща, които ще използвам като термини в следващите 10 минутки, за да влезем надълбоко. Първо, правата в активната директория се делят основно на два вида. Сега те може би не използвам правилният термин разделение, но имаме Application Level Permissions и Delegated Permissions. Каква е разликата между тях? Разликата е, че Application Level Permissions или Application Permissions се дават, когато нямате интерактивен логин. Тоест, все едно работите с сервис акаунт и получавате без абсолютно никаква автентикация blanket access до съответното право. Delegated означава, че този permission, който се използва, е базиран на user автентикация. Тоест, взима се автентикацията на потребителя и същевременно се проверява дали този потребител има тези права върху underlying услугата. Това е за Azure AD Permission. Защо това е важно? След малко ще ви покажа и разкажа. Power BI Workspace Permissions. На ниво Workspace имаме 4 типа permission, съответно и на репортите. Сега, има и някакви детайли, но под детайли като build, reshare и така нататък permission, които не са важни. За момента се фокусираме върху тези 4 големи групи permissions, които имате по подразбиране върху един Workspace. Админа може да прави абсолютно всичко. Viewer-а, значи админа е тук. Viewer-а може само да гледа репорти и да листва какво има в Workspace. Member в същото време обаче може да публикува, коригира, прави скеджули, даунлоудва репорти, абсолютно целият collaboration върху един репорт може да се прави от Member. Contributor-а, подобно на Member, може да публикува и така нататък, но има 3 или 4 неща, които той не може да прави, за които трябва да го прави Member. Или ако трябва да бъдат по така сила, да го кажем, има който има най-малко права, след това е контрибютора, след това е мембъра, след това е админа. Тази от най-малко права към най-много права в тази стълбичка се нарежда. И сега, след като сме ги уточнили тези неща, какво означава да ембедваме в Custom App? В Custom App обикновено имаме един Web App, който консумира Power BI репорти, които са публикувани и сторнати в Power BI Tenant. Така, Web App, Single Page Application, който може да има, може и да няма някакъв middleware, някакви .NET Azure APIs или други API. И контент, като репорти и дашборди, които стоят в Power BI Tenant. Power BI Tenant, за да имплементирате Embedded Analytics сценарий, задължително трябва да имате Premium Capacity. Premium Capacity е в два основни варианта, ще ви ги разкажа след маничко. И третото задължително нещо, което ви трябва, за да може да покриете този сценарий, това е вашият репорт девелопър да има Pro аккаунт. Ако са група от девелопери, всички трябва да имат Pro аккаунт. Значи станаха 3 неща. Първо, трябва ви Web App с някакъв middleware или без някакъв middleware. Може и Single Page Application да свърши работа. Към него трябва да добавите различни Power BI клиенти, Authentication Library и така нататък и така нататък. Трябва ви Power BI Tenant с Premium Capacities, Premium Capacity or Embedded Analytics Capacity и ви трябва Pro лиценз за всеки един разработчик, който публикува репорти. Сега, не правете грешката или заобикалянето на правилата, да вземете един потребител и да го преизползвате за 20 девелопера. Рано или късно Microsoft ще ви дойде на одит и ще питат вие защо така правите. И тогава, просто когато сте в голяма организация, не искате да попадате в такава ситуация, защото са излишни обяснения. Pro лиценза в Enterprise-ите с намаленията и така нататък могат да стигнат 5-6 долара на месец за потребител. И което не си заслужава разправиите потенциално, до които бихте стигнали, за да когато правите такива заобиколки. Така, мале тук прозвучах като Microsoft. Както и да е. Минавам нататък. Web Application, Power BI Premium и контент от Report Developer, публикуван в Power BI Tenta. Така, има два основни сценария или два основни пилъра, или по друг начин, как да го кажа. Ще го оставим сценарий, в които се разработва. Единият е Embed for Customers, другият е Embed for Organizations. Двете се различават по начина на имплементация и правата, които са нужни при сетъпване на целия authorization слой. Почваме с Embed for Customers. Това е сценарий, който типично се използва от различни сервис providers, които онват дейтата. Т.е. аз съм си направил някакво мое си приложение, събирам си данни в моето приложение, но искам да направя репорт само за данните, които са за даден мой клиент и този мой клиент да вижда само тях. Така малко супер опростено го разказвам, но долу-горе това е сценарий. Аз притежавам данните и имам един външен клиент, който иска да дойде при мен в мое приложение и да си види само неговите данни. Като тук не говорим аз да му направя акаунт в моята активна директория, да го покана в Workspace и той да си гледа с Row Level Security нещата. Не. Тук говорим за клиент, който няма нищо общо с моята активна директория, с моя Office 365 Tenant и така нататък. Така, в този случай ключовото е, че web приложението тук е отговорно за автентикацията към репортите. Значи, моя клиент се автентикира към web приложението, ама web приложението използва други креденшали, а не тези на моя клиент, защото той не съществува в активната директория. Той ги взима си негови си креденшали, приложението, и с тях се автентикира към Power BI. Ключовото тук е, че нямате Interactive Sign-in от Web Application към Power BI Tenant. Прави се супер бекграунд и изисква изключително големи права. В този случай, каквото използвате от Web приложението, за да се автентикира, почти винаги има пълен достъп до какво се случва в Power BI. И сега, имайки достъп до какво се случва в Power BI, много трябва да се внимава тези хора, които идват отвънка до Web приложението, дали имат наистина право да виждат каквото Web приложението показва. Така. Има два различни варианта за тази автентикация от тези двете. Вариант номер 1 е Service Principal или Azure Active Directory Application или потребител и парола. Второто въобще не го използвайте, не е secure, защото означава да го хардкоднете във вашето приложение. Service Principal с Client Secret, ако сте в Azure, с един Key Vault, става страхотно. Така, каква е разликата? При Service Principal ще трябва да давате на Service Principal ниво права, на ниво Application. При User и Pass все едно давате на конкретен потребител права в вашите Workspace. Това е потребител, примерно, не знам, Пенчо някой си, който го използвате, за да се автентикира тук. И накрая, много важно, при Embed for Customers, ако искате да постигнете Row Level Security, трябва да използвате филтри на самият репорт. Когато ембедвате и консумирате от Power BI като web приложението, вие може програмно да подавате и филтри. Но това означава, че вашето web приложение и тези филтри стават автоматично отговорни за всеки един лик на информация, ако не сте написали параметрите като хората. Така, това беше App Owns Data сценарий. За да влезе малко повече в детайли, съм подготвил и как текат самите автентикации, оторизации, какво къде се случва. Така, значи вие имате един потребител на вашия web app. Както казах, той е някакъв external. Той се лога към вашето web приложение. Като веб приложението е отговорно за автентикацията и авторизацията на този потребител, дали въобще може да влезе във вашето веб приложение. Обикновено това означава, че вашето веб приложение си има някакъв логин скрин и си менажира права на негово си ниво. Оттам нататък, в който потребителя е успял да мине през логин скрина на вашето веб приложение, веб апа вече посредством middleware или посредством SPA library и така нататък, трябва да се автентикира към AD-то. Както ви споменах, има два варианта, или през Service Principal, или през Master User, в който и двата варианта да използвате. Azure AD-то ви генерира един токен. Този токен е или за юзера, или за Service Principal. Той няма нищо общо с креденшалите на този потребител. Този токен се взима и се отива при Power BI и REST API-то и се генерира Embed токен. Значи Azure AD токен, това е Authentication токен. С Authentication токена се отива и се генерира Embed токен. И Embed токена е този, който носи информацията до какво даденият токен има права като репорти. И този токен вече се взима, дава се на потребителя и потребителя от негова страна пък през веб приложението отива и консумира Power BI контент. Така, виждате, че в този вариант този потребител получава автоматично правата, които дава Embed токена тук. И ако този Embed токен има повече неща, отколкото този потребител може да вижда, това е потенциален брич. Сега, друг е въпросът дали той наистина може да ги види, защото той трябва да интерсепне Embed токена, да знае иметата на репортите и така нататък, реално за да пробие системата. Но все пак трябва да го имате предвид, че все пак си е риск. Така, това е App Owns Data или Embed for Customers сценария. Как се движим с времето? Добре. Така, втория сценарий е User Owns Data. Или това е сценарий, в който се ембедва за дадена организация. Тоест, потребителите, които консумират съдържание, като репорти, дашборди и така нататък, те са част от вашия тенант. Използват си техния си токен и се визуализират нещата, до които те имат права. Нищо повече. Това не е за екстернал потребители, не е за хора, които нямат достъп до вашата активна директория, не са онборднати в Office 365 инстанцията ви и така нататък. Тук задължително ви трябва Power BI Free License за консуматорите и правата, които трябва да предвидите е, че хората, които ще използват вашето веб приложение, трябва да имат съответните права върху Power BI, най-малкото като вюъри, за да могат да консумират съдържание. Сега, защо казвам най-малкото като вюъри? Защото като ембедвате, вие може да ембедвате и edit experience. Или може да си направите приложение, ваш си портал, така да се каже, в който да ембеднете и edit на репорт. Тоест хората сами да си влачат полета, да си сменят визуализациите и така нататък. Ако искате този сценарий да го енейбълнете за външни хора, то тези външни хора трябва да бъдат част от вашата активна директория. Било то през B2B, било то as guest AD users, но трябва да бъдат част от активната директория на организацията. Как тече автентикацията в този случай? Потребителя се логва към вашето веб приложение, което няма нужда да има логин скринове и така нататък, защото той използва активната директория, за да си генерира access токените. След като се логне в веб приложението, AD-то чаленджва потребителя си вкарва креденшалите, ако няма single sign-on и така нататък, и се генерира AD токен. Този AD токен вече, бидейки в контекста на потребителя, се предава на Power BI и Power BI на базата на правата на токена на този потребител му предоставя достъп или съответно не му предоставя достъп до дадената справка или дашборд, която е направена. Когато става въпрос за организации, много е важно да се използва този вариант. Сега, много е ключово да не се бъркат, защото аз в моя опит от последните 2-3-4 години съм виждал хората тръгват да разработват този вариант, взимат AD токена на потребителя, ама и паралелно взимат токена на един системен акаунт и автоматично този господин тук или госпожа получава достъп до абсолютно всичко в Power BI, защото Master Account обикновено има до почти всичко. Да, много е важно да, след като сте избрали дадения сценарий, да го следвате изключително стриктно. В противен случай, като направите микса, първо ще имате проблеми с правата, второ ще се чуете, що даденият човек вижда повече, отколкото трябва, или пък обратно. Да. Това са двата сценария. Embed for your apps или App owns data и втори сценарий Embed for organization или User owns data. И двата сценария са разписани изключително подробно с samples в документацията на Microsoft. Включил съм я като референция, която ще видите накрая на самия дек. Така, в тези случаи, съответно, какво е най-важно, за да почнете да разработвате, ако сте тръгнали да разработвате Embed in Apps сценарий? Първо трябва да разберете кой е вашия сценарий. Дали сте в App owns data или User owns data. Ако сте в App owns data, задължително взимате си, регистрирате си един сервис принципал, разбрахме се, няма да се занимаваме с user, специален master user, в практиката взимате си сервис принципал, давате си му правата, решавате на какъв език ще пишете, .NET, PHP, Node.js, .NET Core или Java, взимате си library-тата, Power BI, Client library-то и почвате да разработвате. Паралелно с това ще ви трябва Power BI Desktop, за да се разработите репортите и Power BI Embedded. Ако сте в User owns data, задължително трябва да провайднете Delegated Permissions на Service Principal, който ще генерира токените. След малко ще ви покажа как се случва това. И задължително трябва да... и отново, нали, си избирате library, там Power BI Desktop, репорти, публикувани, Premium и така нататък. И така нататък. Сега, ето да покажа въпросните права. Ето съм в активната директория. В активната директория трябва да отида и да си направя един сервис принципал. Къде отидах? Sorry. В App Registrations. Тук съм си регистрирал един app. Този app си има client и secret и си има определени права. Тези права, които трябва вашият потребител да има, както ви споменах, се делят на две. Application Level Permissions и Delegated Permissions. Как се дават? Това тук мога ли да го хайдна? Да. Така. Add Permissions. От всичките тези тук имате едно Power BI. Ето, виждате ли какво пише? Delegated Permissions и Application Permissions. Ако работи като background service, не ви трябва sign-in user, не използвате интерактивна автентикация, трябва да минете плюс Application Permissions. Проблема на Application Permissions е, че са или, значи, абсолютният минимум е tenant read all, което означава, че всичко в tenant може да бъде прочетено. Application Permissions трябва да ги избягвате. Ето ги Delegated Permission-ите. Delegated Permission-ите са тези, които са супер грануларни и може да дефинирате конкретно даденият сервис принципал, който ще използвате за автентикацията, до какво може да отива и да се опитва да се автентикира с даден credential. Сега, флоу, който се използва тук е on behalf of, или този сервис принципал, който вие сте направили, си има токен, който си е за автентикация. След като потребителя се е автентикирал и си е генерирал токен, този сервис тук взима този токен и отива при Power BI и му казва, с този токен, дето аз идвам при теб, мога ли да прочета даден data flow? Само че за да може да зададе този въпрос, може ли този потребител да прочете този data flow и да го достъпи, моят сервис принципал тук, който се опитва да предаде автентикацията, трябва да има тези права тук, специално за data flow. Ако този сервис принципал ги няма тези права, дори не може да провери дали потребителският токен има права. Надявам се, съм успял да го обясна. Ако не съм успял да го обясна, ще се радвам да го повторя по третия или по четвъртия на вече извън тази сесия. защото все пак е малко трудно, когато не виждам отсреща реакциите. Така, да. Дават се права. Ето тук. В общия случай трябва да дадете права на report, report read all и dataset read all, за когато искате, и dashboard read all, ако искате да ембедвате за read-only experience. Ако искате read-write, съответно ще трябва и другите неща. Няма нужда да правите по подразбиране всичките права да ги давате. Microsoft имат едно приложение, което теоретично трябва да ви помогне да си се тъпнете нещата. И то какво прави? Ами генерира сервис принципъл, ето този тук, идва и му дава delegated permission на абсолютно всичко. Ето тук е така. Обаче това е малко too much. Не, че е някакъв проблем, защото разбрахме се, че ви трябва две нива на даване на права, на авторизация. Първото е самия сервис принципъл да може да разпитва тези ресурси, дали даден потребител има права, и второ, самият потребител да има права върху тях. Но все пак, ако искате да сте secure и да избегнете някакви потенциални рискове, колкото и малки да бъдат те, давайте права на вашия сервис принципъл, колкото да може да използва само дадените ресурси, които му трябват. Какво беше? Zero Trust, Least, Privilege, Principle и така нататък, всичките модерни думички. Така, сетъпнали сме си нашия сервис принципъл, използваме го за on behalf of authorization flow и даваме права на нашия потребител, който е, примерно, потребител 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, до дадените репорти. Това в комбинация предоставя възможността да ембедвате for your customers и embed for your organizations. Така. Сега, как се секюрва съдържанието? Или кои са нивата на сигурност, които може да приложите, или по-скоро методите за подсигуряване на вашите данни? Първо, имате на ниво web приложение Active Directory. Силно препоръчвам да използвате Azure Active Directory в Embed for Your Organization. Ако имбедвате извън вашата организация, направете си някакъв authentication, който да бъде силен съответно. Второ, Power BI Tenant. Има няколко различни неща, които трябва да се предвидят. Първо, той е бекъпнат, не е бекъпнат, самият tenant използва Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory мисля, че е познато на всички. На ниво допълнително security има един много як white paper, който е около 120 страници, които ако искате да разберете в background нещата, прочетете го, доста е подробен. Внимавайте с правата, които давате, винаги избирайте delegated permissions, избягвайте application, избягвайте и user и pass като embedding сценарий. Използвайте workspace ролите, внимавайте, обаче, когато се дават, защото ако дадете на един потребител права да прави dataset read all или report read all, т.е. ако дадете на даден потребител права върху целия workspace, той ще вижда абсолютно всичко, независимо дали репорта е за него или не. И разбира се, използвайте Role Level и Object Level Security в Power BI. Когато правите embedding for your organization или user owns data, понеже работите с активна директория, може да използвате Role Level Security всъщност и Role Level Security и Object Level Security в пълният им мащаб. Когато ембедвате for your customers, не за организацията ви, RLS и OLS не са налични, така че тук трябва много да внимавате. Вариантите са два. Използвате филтри и правите изключително сериозен тестинг, така че да не се получават някакви ликове на данни. Вариант номер 2. Генерирате репорт за всеки един отделен customer и го държите като metadata и така имате и физическа изолация. Така, сега за да добавим за капацитетата, които ви споменах, Power BI Premium и Power BI Embedded. Има два различни оферинга с които вие може да добиете Premium Capacity или Embedded Capacity. Premium Capacity се купува през Office, то е Microsoft Office Offering, т.е. през билинг портала се купува и ви предоставя възможност както да използвате Embedding, така и да използвате и другите Premium Capacity Features, като AI, ML, Dedicated Compute и Dedicated Memory, Report Server, точно така, Report Server и Paginated Reports в ваши, като репорти и така нататък и така нататък. При Power BI Premium, ако имате, вие може да използвате и Power BI портала съвсем легитимно, за да консумирате съдържанието, което сте публикували като репорт, не само през Web App. При Power BI Embedded имате същите фичъри като Power BI Premium, но не може да използвате Power BI портала, за да консумирате съдържание. Технически можете, техникали няма кой да ви спре, но Microsoft ще прихване, ако вие използвате съответно портала, а не използвате през веб приложение консумацията на репорти. Сега, защо бихте избрали едното спрямо другото? Ами това е по-евтино, ако правите embedding. Разликата може да стигне и няколко пъти. Проблемът тук с това е, че прайсинг модел му е малко по-различен. Значи, цената, мисля, че последно като проверях, се образува на базата на renders in second и така нататък и така нататък. Тоест, не е толкова straightforward да вземете едното спрямо другото. Трябва да си имате и тестинг и може да се окаже, нали, че дори в някои случаи и по-скъпо. Така, сега, какво, само да обобща какво дефинират различните capacities, какво означава да имате Premium или Embedded Capacity. Първо е ресурс резервация. Си кажете, всяко едно от capacity-тата си има определено memory, определени front-end и back-end CPU-та, и ако сте в Embedded Analytics сценария, Embedded Capacity, този Azure Offering, имате renders per second. Второ, всяко едно отделно capacity, което купувате, може да е в отделен регион. Регионите са на Microsoft Office 365 регионите, защото това е все пак Office 365 услуга. Или сега се казва Microsoft 365, не знам, вече се обърка. Да, може да имате 10 различни capacity в 10 различни региона, ако основните, ако да речем приложението, което разработвате основно за Европа, си правите capacity в Европа, веб приложение, веб фронтенд, който е в Европа и така имате максимум перформанс. Тоест не е задължително Power BI capacity там, където ви е оригиналния локейшн на Office 365 и да трябва да правите round trip през планетата, за да стигнете до някакъв репорт embedding. Power BI Capacity ви дават фичери, казах ви AI, ML, Report Server, Paginated Report и така нататък. Имате варианти да си коригирате перформанс конфигурацията, да дадете повече в дадено capacity, повече приоритет на паметта спрямо процесорите или да спрете даден тип workload върху даденото capacity. Въобще имате някаква гъвкавост. И като цяло всяко едно capacity си има собствени администратори, т.е. може да дефинирате и нещо като administration boundary на ниво капацитет. Не е задължително на ниво capacity. Не е задължително tenant администратора да ви управлява и премиум capacity. Може да си купите едно премиум capacity и да го дадете на application екипата да си го управляват. Така, от гледна точка на интеграция, говорихме се за активната директория, но другите важни неща в един enterprise, когато става въпрос за точно имплементация на такива приложения от такъв скейл, са тези две неща тук. Как мониторираме и следим използването и какъв е нашият distribution. Сега, Power BI, ако сте в Embedded сценарий с Embedded Analytics, може да го интегрирате с Azure Monitor. Може да го интегрирате и с Log Analytics. По подразбиране обаче, когато имате Power BI Premium, вие получавате така наречения, т.е. не така наречения, получавате Power BI Premium Metrics App, който ви дава достъп до абсолютно всички статистики за вашето премиум capacity за мисля, че 2-3 месеца назад. Тоест, вие може да следите как ви се използва капацитета, кой го използва, кое е най-бавно, как върви градацията на производителността, има ли някакви неприятни събития, които трябва да инвестигейтете и така нататък и така нататък. Ако имате Direct QRE, Live QRE с Azure Analysis Services, интегрирате с Log Analytics, така че да може допълнително да проследите забавенията. От гледна точка на Auditing и Compliance. Имате Compliance, как се каже това? Compliance Monitor като част от Office 365. Интегрирано е всички логове от Power BI, отиват към този Compliance Monitor. И в него може да видите неща като action айтемите върху даден репорт, кой го е гледал, кога го е гледал, грешки, кой, кога, какво е споделял, какво друго се вижда, през какви браузъри се консумират, в какви часове се консумира контента. Абсолютно всичко, което е необходимо за един правилен одитинг. Ако искате обаче да влезете в супер големи детайли, ще трябва да си пуснете Log Analytics интеграцията с Workspace. Така, от гледна точка на Geo-Distribution, това, което споменах преди малко, всяко едно Premium Capacity си има Location. Всичко, което е извън Premium Capacity в Power BI стои в Shared Capacity, което не може да му сменяте Location-а и то съвпада с Location-а на вашия Office 365 Tenant. Как да го разберете това, къде точно ви е Location-а? Чакайте да ви покажа. Като си отидете на Power BI, тук на About Power BI, ето къде ми е моята дата и къде ми е тенанта. Така че, ако искате дадени репорти, дадена дейта да бъде в друг локейшн, трябва да си поръчате capacity, Premium Capacity или Embedded Capacity в другия регион и там да го съхранявате. Нещо много важно и ключово, което за съжаление го научих по трудния начин. Когато имате едно Premium Capacity, което е в дадена локация, не може просто да му смените локацията. Трябва да си поръчате ново Premium Capacity в новата локация и да копирате контента. И сега представете си, че имате 6000 репорта и 1000 workspace и трябва да прехвърлите едното място на другото. Трябва доста сериозен първо downtime, второ change management и трето, трябва да сте доста добри в скриптинга, защото отново по трудния начин ще установите, че аз го установих, вие вече ще знаете, сякаш сте ме слушали. Power BI REST API-то, дори PowerShell, имат лимитации. Има някои REST API-та, които имат 500 хита в час, някои имат 2000 хита в час, някои имат 5000 реда като резултат за час, които могат да ви върнат. След това тайм-аутват, примерно, или ви връщат bad request. Така че имайте готовност и следете документацията, прочетете добре в документацията какво API, когато използвате специално за прехвърляне, кое API, какви лимитации има. Да не се окаже, че вие си мислите, че ще прехвърлите нещата за по-малко от часа, изведнъж, понеже имате толкова много контент, ще трябва да го правите в рамките на 10 на 15 часа, само защото имате лимитация на REST API. Но това са детайли. Да не ви разправям повече. Така, от гледна точка на... само как съм с времето да проверя. Чудесно, още 2-3 минутки и приключваме. Така, задължително не забравяйте, че хората, които разработват репортите и ги публикуват, трябва да имат Pro лиценз. Два типа капацитет, Capacities, Premium Capacities, които са от P1 до P5. P5 може да стигне до, не знам, 50-60 хиляди евро на месец. И имате Embedded Capacity-та, които са Azure Offering. Т.е. тя ги поръчвате през Azure Subscription-а си, не през Office 365. Не всички capacity-та са, или capacity sizes са налични във всички региони, имайте го това предвид, така че когато правите дизайн, помислете и проверете кое какво къде е. Обещах ви да има ресурси. Ето, не малко малко статии, които по една или друга причина ми се е налагало, когато използвам embedded сценарии, да се консултирам с тях. Има включително ето ги authentication flow-ете, споменах ви on behalf of flow, ето тук в тази статия е дефинирано. Има load testing tool, също съм линкнал, така че да проверите. Този tool е много важен, когато искате да проверите сайза на вашият, на embedded analytics и той на Azure Premium Capacity-тата, защото тогава ще може да видите дали capacity, което си мислите, ще му стигнат или ви трябва по-високо. Тук последния линк са абсолютно всички детайли, които ви разказах до момента за двата embedded сценария. И в общи линии мисля, че е това. Искам да ви благодаря. Това са моите контакти. Непременно отново трябва да спомена и нашите спонсори, благодарение на които това събитие се случва. Ако имате някакви въпроси, ще се радвам да се свържете с мен, ще ви отговоря когато мога и ви пожелавам приятен ден и страхотни сесии в оставащата част от следобеда.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams, because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in Trimontium joined the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Ndava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Ndava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. It seems that now it works. So at least I see here some green lines. So it should mean that you can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay, good. And let me share my screen. You can see my screen, so I can start the thing, right? Okay. So you can see my presentation right now, right? Yes. And you can see my code and you can read the code that I show right now. And you can see that I used zoom-in function for that. Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. And so let's start with the session. Welcome to the session, when to stop tuning a query. So I'm Milos. In the next 55, 60 minutes, I'm gonna tune a single query in this presentation. So I'm lead of head of MS SQL database engineering at Attain. The most important thing from these slides is our contact details. You can write me an email or add me to LinkedIn if you have questions related to this presentation. As I said, in this today's agenda is tuning a single query. This is a replacement session for this conference. I had to jump in to replace a sick presenter, and that's the reason why I have no slides here for sponsors. But thanks to all sponsors, I don't know them, but you might know them. Without sponsors, there's no conference, and also a very big thank to organizers. Without organizers, there's definitely no conference. So let me introduce my database. It's a very simple database. It has 60 gigabytes. It runs under SQL Server 2019, but in the mode SQL Server 2017. Comfort level 140, and I have a 64 gig of memory in this working station where I will do this session. I have only two tables. Orders table has 100 million rows, and order details table has 335 million rows. Both tables have cluster index on the primary key and two non-cluster index, one non-cluster index each, on the columns we need for our queries, on customer ID or on order ID. So there's no big outliers. It's almost unified distribution between this in these two tables. The maximum number of orders per customer is 1600. So I have no customer with million orders or something like that. The maximal is 1600. Average is 10 orders per customer, and I have in average 3 to 4 order items per order. So no big outliers, no dealing with skew distribution. Here's my query. This query returns only 461 row out of 100 million, 300 millions. And as you can see, I just give me all orders, all details about orders for customer with this number. And as you might guess, what we expect is that this query runs fast, but as you might guess, this query won't be fast, otherwise we won't have this session. Let's go to the code. So here is my sample database. Just to check once, can you please confirm it that you see my screen in the code just before I start? After that, I won't ask you anymore. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so here is my query. I will just go to drop clean buffers and free block cache for this database, and I will run this query, this original query. Give me all orders in order details for customer ID. As I said, it will be 461 row returned. And let me execute this. This will take about 12-13 seconds. So I have huge tables, but I have indexes there, and query is very selective, and this query should be executed like this. And even in the latest version, SQL Server 2022 in CTP, in public CTP, this query is still slow. So as I predicted, it ran 13 seconds, and it returns only 461 row. When we see that something is slow, and it's actually, let's take a first takeaway from this session. Even with the latest SQL Server versions, 2019 or 2022, with all these improvements, intelligent query processing, improve this, improve that, and all these things, you can still have very simple query, A join B, where A dot something equal some parameter or some literal, and this is a very selective thing and still can be slow. So that means if you are worried about your tuning capabilities, that you won't be able anymore to tune, that Microsoft will tune this for you, you're wrong. So you will still have to tune maybe even more. You need to improve your skills. That's definitely to deal with new features. Okay, let's see here why this query is slow. When we see why, when we want to see why something is slow, we go to execution plan. Go to the execution plan, and here is the exec plan for this query. And the reason why this query is slow is this guy here. It's a cluster index scan. So what SQL Server decided is decided to use a scan for the table that has 335 million rows. I just clean buffer, and basically that will, even on 64 gig machine, it will take more than 10 seconds and to return only 461 row. So when we write the query, A join B, SQL servers, we are not programmers, actually. We are more project managers telling SQL Server, give me results for this, give me that, columns from this table, this column from this table, ordered by this. But we don't tell SQL Server how to do this. So logical operation, join operation should be implemented in an execution plot with one of 4 operators. First is nested loops join, merge join, hash join, or if you have SQL Server 2017 or 2019 and your query run in batch mode, you can have adaptive join. So SQL Server should decide between these two things, these 4 operators. In most of the cases, the decision is made between two operators, nested loops or hash join. If your query returns a small amount of rows and your join columns are indexed, and outer join table is very small, as in our case, the best plan for this, the best choice is nested loop join. If you work with a lot of data, if you need to process a lot of data, or if you have no indexes, then hash join will be used. In this case, we had really a small amount of data, just returned 400 rows out of 100 millions, and we have expected here nested loop join, but SQL Server has decided to use a hash join. So the reason why is this guy here. So when you see here, estimated number of rows, SQL Server expects here 31,124,000 rows. And this query returns only 461. So it's a huge overestimation. And if this query would really return 31 million rows, this plan would be appropriate for that case. So if you really return this kind of things, then you have to scan, because if you would use index seek for this table, you will have more than 90 million logical reads. And in this case, it's better to use a scan. So we have a huge overestimation, but in this case, we have expected nested loop join. What can you do if this session would be really interactive? If I would be now in Plovdiv, I would ask you, what can you do if you expect nested loop join, but SQL Server sends some other join? And you would answer that we can use the loop in. We can tell SQL Server, I will just go out of property of SQL Server transact SQL, that is a declarative, to go in the direction of operation and tell SQL Server how to do something. I can use here a loop hint and tell SQL Server database engine use nested loops for a join operator for this particular join. And if I execute this query, from 12 seconds, we go to 0 seconds. Of course, Management Studio doesn't show. It will show everything less than 1 second is shown as 0. And we have still the same thing. And we tune the query. When you go to Management Studio, we can see here 93 milliseconds. And 93 milliseconds in this case, SQL Server really used to paint the execution plan. It's more than this. The query is executed maybe under 10 milliseconds, from 12 seconds, 13 seconds to 93 milliseconds. So we tuned the query. Thank you very much for your attention. That was the session query tuning. the name of the session is when to stop tuning, and many developers or DBAs even will stop here. And you might have a good reason, because we had 13 seconds, now it's 93 milliseconds. What you want more? So everything is fine. You got the nested loop. You wanted to have nested loops. You see nested loop join here. So there is no more hash join, no more scan. And when you go to logical reads, you will see some just a few thousand. In first case, there were millions of logical reads. You see good execution time. Everything is fine. Almost everything is fine. The problem with execution plan when query is fast, that people don't look at the details. So we just look at the shape. This is what I have expected. The query executed fast. What else? Whenever you do this, this is the second takeaway from the session, especially when you tune a query. When you do something like this, in this case, when I'm proud, I just have now 100 times faster query than I had initially. Look at the very left query, very left operator here, and do mouse over it. What you can see here, there is one very interesting thing, that this particular query, after I have tuned it, say after it's now, in this case, when it's everything is fast, took 12 gigabytes for its execution. Just requested 12 gigabytes. 12 gigabytes is granted to this query. Just as a reminder, I have a 64 gig here, so almost 48 can be used by SQL Server. So 12 gigabytes is used for this query. This query returns this back to the system immediately after query is executed. Just a quick execution. After 90 milliseconds, this memory is again available for the system. But during this time, this memory is reserved for this query. So this is, and of course, SQL Server knows this. It sends this information, and even more than this, I think that unfortunately I cannot see here because I need to move a bit higher. Yeah. So SQL Server, so not only that we use 12 gigabytes, but we don't need it. So this thing is used for sorting, but the estimation is based on the estimation, memory grant is based on estimation of 31 million rows. SQL Server expects that you will sort 31 million rows, but actually you will sort 460 rows, and you don't need more than a few megabytes. And SQL Server knows this. Look at this guy. There is excessive grants. So you requested 12 gig, but you used just 600 kilobytes. And SQL Server knows this. But when I execute again the same query, SQL Server will do nothing. Actually, will do again the same thing. It will warn you, and you can execute million times. SQL Server will million times give this query 12 gig. And will warn you that this query doesn't use this thing. There is a feature in SQL Server 2019. That's the reason why I used 2017 here. I will come to this later. There is a feature called memory grant feedback. It changed a bit the behavior of this memory grant, and I will touch this later in the second part of the session. For now, we're in 2017, so you can run million times. SQL Server will go here and give this memory, the 12 gig to this query. So is this a problem? So when I click here, we don't see a problem, right? Because I have more than 12 gig here. I have maybe 40 gig available for execution on this server, and I can occasionally execute this query and everything is fine. So basically it's done within, I don't know, 50 to 200 milliseconds, and there is no problem. The problem begins when we have parallel sessions with the very same query, when the same query is executed simultaneously with different sessions. And I will simulate this by using a tool, query stress, SQL query stress. This is just, okay, this is my server. Let me use the right one. Okay, so this one. SQL query stress. And this SQL query stress is a tool written by Adam Mechanic, maintained by Eric Hansen. Now, just if you are not familiar with that, Google for SQL query stress and you will find it. And this tool allows me to run this query in 200 sessions, 200 parallel sessions, and I will repeat this workload 50 times. That means I will execute this query 10,000 times with 200 parallel sessions. And here I have another query here, which will give some diagnostics. So in the first query, this first query will return all queries that are running right now in the system, and and will list resources this query is waiting for. So currently, no queries, no resources to wait, and everything is fine. So in this is a working station. There is nothing except my this session running right now on system queries. So everything what will happen depends on my session. So I have no some other workloads that will we can be waiting. The second query will list memory grants, again requested by queries and given granted by the system. So in this case, it will return the query itself, and we will use this diagnostic when I start the query. So now I will start execution of this query 10,000 times with 200 parallel sessions. And what happens now? You can see resource semaphore waits. And the second thing is you can see this one. You can see that this query, that we have 3 queries that got 12 gigabytes at a time, but all the other queries have to wait for memory grant, because I don't have here, if I would have 2.5 terabytes in this machine, all queries will be able to run. But since I have limited memory here, 3 queries can give a memory, all the other queries have to wait. And this is basically, you can see in that case, resource semaphore waits. Now this thing is run. I will run this again just to see this query. Remember, we had initially this query run within 10 milliseconds. Now it's still fast compared to the previous one, but it's not so fast as it was before. You can see here this execution time is 455 milliseconds, and we have no more CPU work here. It's basically just waiting for memory resource. So the query that I have tuned, that I was proud of, that I was able to tune it quickly, bring this server under pressure, under memory pressure, because of parallel executions. So therefore, you have to be very careful whenever you tune something, especially for queries that could run multiple times per second with different sessions. Sometimes some queries run a few times per second, but after some time and some changes in the system, you move, I don't know, subsystem A to subsystem B, and suddenly this query that runs 2 times per second suddenly run, I don't know, 100 times per second, and you can see significant issues here. Okay. How to fix it? So I use in the first iteration, I use a hint to tell SQL Server, do not use hash, use nested loop. Now I have to do something with memory, and I will use another hint. And the next hint is related to memory, and this hint is max grant %. And I would use here 0.01. Okay, let's see first what will happen when I execute this query. You will see here there is no warning anymore, and now from 12 gigabytes, SQL Server just reduced the memory grant for this query to 3 megabytes, and I have no warning anymore, and I don't waste memory. And that's what does it mean for the workload. So I can just take this query now and repeat this workload. It was almost 18 seconds. And repeat this thing, and you can see it's significantly faster. So even go for, I don't know, says 5.7 seconds. And when you go to query execution here, you can see CS packets waits, which means that the plan is going parallel, but there is no anymore resource semaphore waits because SQL Server has enough memory. I just need 3 meg per query. I have 200 sessions. It's 600 megabytes. Not a big deal. I have here much more than this. So in addition to this, I can even go here and put another hint, a third one, just like so as a decoration, to use max.1. And basically this thing can be even faster because I don't need parallel queries here. So basically when I go here to the original query and use max.1, so this query doesn't need parallelism because it returns a small amount of data. And this is now from initial query. So from the initial tuning, I have added additional 2 hints. I have added 3 hints altogether. Loop hint to tell SQL Server to use nested loops join. I use max gram percent 0.01. That means you should not use more than 0.1% of memory given to SQL Server. You cannot specify here an absolute value, but just relative part of the memory given to SQL Server, so 0.01%. And the third one, I just disable parallelism. And actually, this is the plan what I have expected to see when I initially executed this query. But I was not able to see it. SQL Server decided differently, and then I managed somehow to get the plan that I wanted. And this is the first technique of dealing with the execution with query tuning, is that if you know, and in this case I know, and this is a really requirement for prerequisite request for using query hints, so that you know what you want to achieve, what you want to get, and basically to use hints to get this plan from database engine. And this is what I did in this case. I wanted to have a nested loop, I wanted to have a serial plan, and I don't want to waste memory, and I got all these 3 with 3 hints. And what I did not touch in this query, even this query is now mitigation. This is a mitigation. I still don't know why SQL Server decided to use this bad plan, but I managed now to have a query that works perfectly. They don't break. I can execute it 200 times, as you can see. So I can execute it without problems. It will run for a few seconds, no memory pressure, all fine. I can run such, 10,000 per second. It's not a big deal. So this tool is limited to 200 sessions. That's the reason why I cannot just choose more. But this is a still mitigation. What I did not touch when I look at the execution plan, so you can see this still the same. Sorry, you can still see the same execution estimation that SQL Server made at the beginning. All these 3 hints did not affect SQL Server cardinality estimation, and SQL Server still think it will be 31 million rows. But it respects my hints, and basically I had to use hints to override this decision. The second approach dealing with that, with such queries that where you do not expect, where you get the plan that you did not expect, is to rewrite the query to make a query decomposition. So I will now go out of this hints. Hints are good when you know what to do. So in this case, this query will forever have this plan. Nested loops, it will limit memory to 0.01, and it will be serial. So I have to be absolutely sure that for all future executions of this query, this plan would be good. So in this particular case, I'm sure, so I can use it, but this is not a usual case that you know that you can take responsibility for all future executions on this query. Data is changing, you can have more rows there, data distribution is changing, and SQL Server's product is changing, and you cannot be sure that everything will that this query is fine for the future. So the second approach dealing with this is sorry, do we have any questions for the first part? So I don't see any questions. If you have questions, just please write down, and I guess somebody will stop my presentation and ask me questions. Okay, thanks. No questions. So the second approach dealing with this is to help SQL Server Optimizer to not to make such moron overestimation. So that's basically to go near to this 461. So in this case, I did not touch estimation. I just use a query hints. Now I won't use hints. I will touch estimations. And this is a technique which is common when you have very complex queries. And that means you can split this. I have only 2 tables in join, and I can split this in by using table variable or temporary table. I will use here table variable. We'll declare table variable T as table, and then the idea here is to put the first part, this thing here. Just let me go here. So to put this part in a temporary table, in a table variable. Actually, why? Because SQL Server here thinks that I have 69 orders for this particular customer, but SQL Server thinks I have 22,899 orders for this customer. This is completely wrong. It's completely overestimated. And the second thing is also overestimated in this initial plan. And when you have in order details, SQL Server expects 1,800, and I have 3 to 4. So 1,800 multiplies to this 21,000, you get 31 million rows. So the idea here is to put this part in a table variable. And I will create table variable, order ID, int, not now, primary key. Then I have a customer ID, int, not now. And I have a thing calls car 100. This is my third column here. And I will just now insert this thing in a table variable into T and use order ID, customer ID, and calls. And I would repeat the same here. This is just to ensure that this star will work properly. And I will put this in the table variables. Just the first part. And then I will join table variable with order details. I mean, it looks stupid and it's not elegant from code point of view, but we're here for performance. And this is, and this is the final query now. So I just make it a bit more complicated. So I splitted this into 2 queries. The first query, results of first query, sorry, I put in the table variable. And then join table variable with that. And surprise, when I execute this, you see quick execution. So I don't have here, I have a serial plan, nested loops join, all things that I had initially, but without hints. Now I did not take decision about the hints. And why this thing now works better than initial query. And here is the catch. So here, so when I use a table variable, so one property of table variable up to SQL Server 2019 was that the most important property of table variable is that SQL Server expects a single row in a table variable, regardless of actual number of rows. So here I had 169 rows, but SQL Server, when I put these rows in the table variable, SQL Server thinks it's only 1. And of course, that's completely wrong. It's 170 times less than I had. Initially here, when I without table variable, I was wrong too, but in other direction. Since the other thing here, this key lookup in order details, is also wrong, it's also overestimation. Here, I have intentionally introduced underestimation, and I have here 2 wrongs who make almost right. And this 1,000 here, it was a 22,000, multiply with this here, and this here is 1,359. And these 2 things made this 31 million. Now I have here 1, and the final here, the final estimation is 1,359, which is completely okay. With this size of tables with 100 millions, 300 millions, when you have 461 rows to return and SQL Server thinks it will be 1,300, this is a completely, this is okay estimation, and SQL Server made all good decisions here. It chose the proper execution, operator for join, nested loops. It did not give SQL Server too much memory, give 2 megabytes. And also it didn't go parallel because it doesn't make sense for this query. So I pushed this and I helped SQL Server to create a better plan by using table variables. And even sometimes you can hear the table variables are terrible and you have no use case for them. You should always use temporary tables and so on. This is not true. So sometimes of course, You can use them if you know what are you doing. This is a general thing. Whenever, even if you use temporary tables, you have to know what are you doing when you use them. And this is a case where we cannot use temporary tables in this scenario, but just use or misuse this property of a table variable to be wrong in the other side in order to act against the overestimation given by. Actually, I fixed here a Microsoft's problem or problem for in cardinality estimation, and everything is fine. Okay, good. And then I heard through the SQL Server 2019, and this is a great feature. They started in SQL Server 2017 with adaptive query processing, and in 2019 there is a area of 7 features calling intelligent query processing that can improve your workload. You can have batch mode on restore. You can have better scalar functions. You can have memory grant feedback and also interleaved execution. And one of these features, table variable defer compilation. So SQL Server SQL Server team decided to resolve this problem of cardinality. And in 2019, you have a better cardinality estimations for queries dealing with table variable. I will here make this query slightly more complex because I have no third table. I will join another instance of order details table just to make it a bit more complicated. And here I will just execute this query again. So I just added order details here 2 times, and that's all. It's just to have more data. And you will see quickly why. And then I will execute this again. And again, it's fast. It is not exactly the same as I had before, but here I have one join. Here everything was fine. 461, 1300. This is this good estimation. I just act against this by using table variable. But then I have another join, which makes a bit this to be out of estimation. I have 1500 rows, and SQL, I think it will be 1.8 million. It's a far away from the initial thing. It's significantly better, but it's still not okay. But let's say this thing did not make my did not break my plan. So I still have a good plan, and let's assume that I'm fine with this query. So this query runs serial. I have nested loops. I have no sort warnings, memory grant warnings. So all fine. Let's assume that this is okay for me. And then I visited a conference, and the guy said that intelligent query processing is a great thing, and we have to switch to 150 compat level to use 2019. And let's switch to 150 compat level. And I need to write the code. Alter database set compatibility level equal 150. So that was 2017. Now we're in 2019. I buy a new version, I invest something, I did an upgrade, and I want to use intelligent query processing features. I run the query that I already tuned, and this is the price that I get when I upgrade directly to 2019 with intelligent query processing, and I run it again, and this is again slow. So what I can see here in execution plan, so it's basically almost 5 seconds. You see this guy here. This is a plan. It's not a nested loop anymore. It goes again to the initial plan, hash match join, and the last thing here you cannot see because my screen is small, but okay, I need to go again, sorry. So cluster index scan, as mentioned, this table has 335 million rows, and this is a cluster index scan. And going to the latest compat level at that point, I mean, currently, when you go from production versions, broke my workaround. So what SQL Server did in 2019, they had it with this feature, deferred table variable deferred compilation. Now you have no one anymore. Now SQL Server comes with actual number of rows, because what they did is they did similar thing that happens when you have option recompile. When you have a query in 2019 using table variable, SQL Server creates a plan for this query after variables, value of variables is known. So not at this point here when I have an insert, but at the point of select. In 2017, SQL Server creates a plan at that point, at the point of declare at once. In 2019, it creates at the select. And select, SQL Server knows exactly how many rows we have in table variable, and now it's everything fine. So before 2019, it was almost always wrong. It was right only when you really have a single row there, and it was wrong in all the other cases. Now it is always correct, because you have estimated number of rows is equal to actual number of rows, and we should be happy of that because of this, because you cannot have better than this. But as you can see, sometimes here I have intentionally used or misused this property of 1 in the previous versions, and sometimes, and I'm pretty sure if you work in large database in complex workloads, sometimes you will profit from this property in case of overestimations, especially with large tables, even if you don't know. And this is what can happen if you just switch to compat level to 2019 and turn on the compat level 150. This feature can hit you, because now what happened when I compare to the initial query. So here I had in my first fix, come on. So let's remove this one. So the reason why I have added another table here is that this query is not so bad in 2019 if I don't add a third table. It is not good as it was in 2017. We have a degradation, and you can see here now this degradation is acceptable. SQL Server goes parallel and it uses nested loop join. But here you can see what I had here before. I had in estimated execution plan, estimated rows, I had here 1, and now SQL Server fixed it to 169, which means that my estimation is here, overall estimation is 169 times higher than I had before. And you can see here then in results. And instead of 12 or 1300 that I had before, now I have 229,000 rows here. And SQL Server still uses nested loops, but it goes parallel, and I have even here more memory. It's basically 140 megabytes of memory is what SQL Server gives, just because I moved to 2019. And that's the reason why I added the third table. And third table, this is still okay in 2017. In 2019, it really goes down. So just the third takeaway, whenever you go to the latest SQL Server version, regardless of what you see and what you heard in the conferences, that everything is fine. It's very easy for large tables especially to have a huge performance regression with one of these features. The good thing with these features, with all these features for intelligent query processing, is that all of them, almost all of them, you can turn off at the statement level. So let's go back here. This was a degradation of performance. So this is it was bad, and you can turn this thing off by using disable defer compilation TV. TV of table variable. It's not consistent. So you can turn this feature off and get the same behavior as you would have under SQL Server 2017 or a previous version. So basically this feature won't work as supposed to work in 2019. It will work as in previous versions. And here you go back to your cardinality of 1, and SQL Server will then create plan that you had before. So the good thing with table variable differ, I like this feature generally because now I have choice. I can choose between two behaviors. I can, if I want to have one for table cardinality, as in this case, to fight for better cardinality, I can use this hint. Or I can, if I need to have a correct estimation, then I can use a new behavior of this, which is a default in SQL Server 2019. And of course, we don't need to go back to 140 just because we have an issue with cardinality. Okay, so this was the second approach. The first approach is to use hints and to choose the plan. I just used the 3 hints, index to choose nested loops, to limit the memory, and to make max stop. And here I just push optimizer. I help the optimizer to make better estimation, and then I let optimizer to decide about the plan, so that I just split queries to multiple queries by using, in my case, table variable. And you have to be careful when you just use a table variable and switch to latest compat level in SQL Server 2019 to compat level 150. But you see that you can use hints to disable, in this particular case, this feature. Okay, there is a feature. Do we have questions? Any questions so far? We have 18 minutes, no questions. Okay, thank you. So the thing in 2017, actually, that started in 2017, there is in 2019, is also memory grant feedback. And that's the reason why I started with 2017, but now I'm anyway in 2019, because I have demonstrated here this approach. And let's go back to our query, initial query that I have tuned with loop. So, and as just to recall this thing, that was a good, initially good plan, but with huge memory grant. In this case, I have 11 gigabytes of memory. And in 2019, there is a feature called memory grant feedback. When I execute this query again, this is now SQL Server 2019. I did it in the previous version, initial, if you remember this at the beginning. I executed for the second time, and I saw the same behavior as it was for the first time. Here, it's a different. The second execution of the same query under SQL Server 2019, SQL Server, in that case, changed the memory grant to 5 megabytes. It still thinks it is 31 million rows and so on. So there is no changes in cardinality estimation, but there is a feature calling memory grant feedback, which checks after each execution if the query, which is exactly right now executed, uses a memory which is requested by the query. So if query uses less than 50% of a given memory, SQL Server will recalculate the memory and give less memory to this query. And also, in case that it's too memory grant is too low, the SQL Server underestimated the memory, and in that case, SQL Server has to go to TempDB, to have TempDB spills in order to generate results for this file. In this case, also it will be recalculated. In our case, we have a huge overestimation. So 11 gigabytes, we need just a few mega, and SQL Server detect this. And that's the reason why for the second execution, it gave this query only 5 meg, and all further executions will be actually with 5 megabytes. Yep. Okay. And this might be a solution, so you don't need a hint here, right? So now in 2017, I had to use max current percent hint. Here, I don't need to use hint, right? Let's go here and to repeat my query. So I don't need hint now. So this is a very same query that I had. But now I'm in 2019, and now it should work, right? So we saw it works. Now let's go here, and we should not have resource semaphore weights. We should not have resource semaphore weights. We should not have resource semaphore weights, but we have resource semaphore weights. As you can see, I mean, you can see, maybe you don't see, so you see now. So just sorry, something with Zoom is resource semaphore weights. So this feature memory grant feedback I mean, it did work when I started Management Studio. It did not work when I started the SQL Query Stress tool, which means that feature sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work, and it's not reliable. So you need to investigate why this thing works sometimes doesn't work. So even if you have this feature turned on, by the way, it did in the first I did not test this in 2022. I have it here. Exactly the same. I wanted to do this before this session, but I was not able to test exactly this to tell you if this is the same behavior in 2022 public. I hope it's not. But even if you see some new features working, it might be that you will hit the case when it doesn't work and you still need to tune the query. So this resource semaphore weights is still available. That means even in 2019, in case of if you have memory grant feedback, if this thing is turned on, I still need to play with hints. Okay, so we spent 46 minutes to see first how it's easy to have a performance issue with very simple query in 2017 and 19. And then I show you techniques how to deal with the query to mitigate the issue, to get a good plan, which is a great thing if you are under pressure. If I'm under pressure, I would choose to have a hint, just this hint, another hint, and to buy time to make a proper analysis and to make system working. And the second technique was to decompose query, which is not my preferable way to do under pressure. Under pressure, I would just use hints if possible. And what we did not hear answer yet, and we have 30 minutes to do this, is why SQL Server has so terrible estimation. Let's go back to 140 because it's easier to reproduce this thing. So let's go, it's dollar. So $100 zero doesn't exist as a compute level. So this is our initial query. So why SQL Server here expects 22,000 rows if we have only 169? And since we have only 12 minutes, so we have no time to elaborate this in detail. The reason why are statistics. So statistics for these two queries are up to date. I will just update them now again. So update statistics orders. This is a statistic behind the customer ID is IX1. And statistics behind order ID in the other table is also IX1, because I don't need to remember two things, right? So I will execute this thing. This is what happens when SQL Server updates statistics by default with this auto update stats thing. And okay, let's go now and do the plan. You see, because we have a loop, everything is fine, but SQL Server still thinks it will be 31 million. So this is not out of date statistic. It's just simple statistic is wrong. Let's go here to look at the statistics objects. Show statistics orders IX1 to see what SQL Server uses when we have this execution plan. When it creates execution plan, it uses statistics to see how many rows will be there. When you execute this for customer ID, SQL Server needs to create a plan before it executes, and it goes to statistics and try to figure out how many orders we'll have for customer ID, and we see that it is completely wrong. It expects 22,000. Also, I have 169. And let's see the stats for that. And in stats, we have three things. In the first thing in stats header is the way when we executed this. I just did it a few minutes ago. And here, this is important information. This is a number of rows here. As I mentioned, this is a 100 million rows table. And SQL Server uses 452,000 rows to generate this statistics object. This is essential information here. We'll go back again here. So, and this is a statistic here to telling SQL Server 1.3 this is a 1300, no, 13,000. So SQL Server expects 13,000 rows to have in average per customer ID, which is completely wrong. So I told you that I have only, I know, 1600. This is the maximum. SQL Server expects 13,000 per customer, which is completely wrong. And here in this statistic histogram, you can find, for instance, this guy, 400 customer with that ID. SQL Server expects almost 15,000, and this is not true. We can pick any of this. Let's pick one big. Let's say, do we have something? Okay, let's take any of this thing. So this thing is here estimated to 15,000. And when I go here and say, okay, give me real number of rows in this for this customer ID, where customer ID equal this, and is 165. So it expects 15,165. And why the new statistic when it's so wrong? So the way how the statistic works is not completely documented, and it was not changed for years. I think the only thing that was changed in 2014, this is statistic threshold when SQL Server updates statistics. This is also important for this case. Here is important the way how SQL Server creates statistics objects. So if you have a large table, because 100 million rows, it's a lot of rows. If SQL Server needs to read all these rows to generate statistics, this is a very heavy operation. It needs a lot of resources. And SQL Server decided to go with a sample, and this sample is 0.4% in that case. 100 million rows, 400,000 rows, 0.4% of overall data. And what they do, this is just my empiric assumption, is that they just read some data there for, let's say, for this customer, and then see this is a sample. They multiply with some number there, which is some kind of related to number of rows divided by sample. And that's the reason why we have a huge overestimation for all rows here, even for average and for everything here. And the same happens in the other table, in order details table. This is even more, has 335 million rows, even less, it's less percent of sample rate. And we have in both tables huge overestimation. And that's the reason why whenever you have large tables, you have a potential for such query and for such performance issue. It's really, it looks stupid, all these years of improvements, and then you have A join B where something return few hundred rows out of 100 million rows, and this is slow because statistic is completely wrong. It's not outdated. I have executed just, but it's wrong. How to fix it? Do not let SQL Server to run the statistics with update statistics with default sample rate. You will have potential for such issues if you have complex queries that can be even. So there is a funny thing when you go here. I just play with this just to show you because it's funny. When I have 3 tables here and use to see execution plan to see estimated number of rows, and you can see here estimated number of rows is now 423 billions, and then you can play with the next one. This thing will be still executed. Look at this. SQL Server expects here an estimated 24 petabytes of data, and then with this estimation, this query should not be started at all, but it will start. And of course, when I just comment out all these things, you can see very tricky thing, and this will work. It will take 49 seconds, I think 50 seconds, something. It is returned about 4 million rows. So join. I just wanted to show you the number, the final number here that is estimated by SQL Server, because this number is higher than number of atoms in a liter of water. This is some, I don't know, something more, whatever, multiply with Avogadro's number, and this is something point to 26, 10 of 26. And even this SQL Server started and it will finish, so this will be executed here. So, but I think that I made something wrong. So I forget to discard results from this. I will let it run here because it will be executed at the end. I will show you. Just go back here to the final steps here. So the reason why is our wrong statistics, and the way how to deal with this. Do not let SQL Server to make auto statistics updates. By default, you have to use default sample rate. You have to use your own sample rates, which are far away from default. So in this case, I will update these statistics with 50%. So the statistic with sample 50%. And seconds, sorry, I need to stop this and discard results. This query returns 400. I stop it maybe a few seconds before it's done. So just go here to grid, and you can click this thing, discard results after execution. Did I forget? And I will start this again. It will be done within 40 something seconds. So here I will update this with 50% and here with 20%. Why 50? Why 20? Because I mean, it's enough to have sometimes 10 to 20%. So just go away from this 0 point something. And of course, statistic will always be somehow wrong, but you should have at least not far away from more than one of order of magnitude. See, query is done. So it's about 5 million rows, and execution plan. Look at this number. So you just go. Look at this thing, and we just go to minus here. It's really completely funny thing what can happen. So you can have such estimations, but still it's 24 seconds it is executed. Okay, let's execute this update stats here. I will update statistic with 50%, so significantly more. It will be again wrong, but not so wrong, not so overestimated. Of course, this will take significantly more time than the initial one. Initial one was just within 1-2 seconds, but it will be done within 20 seconds or something in my case here for my table. And the second will be even will take a bit more, maybe half a minute or something. Okay, let's go now. I have 2 minutes to go. Okay, let's do the second one. And now when this thing is done, I will go to our initial query. So I won't do any change. So I will just go to without loops and all these things. When this thing is done now, SQL Server has to recompile this query because statistic is updated. And let's see what will happen here. So just go, ta-da. So this is the plan what I have expected at the beginning. And you can see here estimation. It's different. It's 284 and I have 461. This is a estimation for this table size. And if I would do this at the very beginning, I would not need the entire session, but I have shown you how. So this is the proper root cause analysis. I found a way, found the reason why this query was slow, and now I found a root cause and I fixed the problem completely. But in this case, in the first case, there was a mitigation. Of course, we will have cases where we need time to make a proper root cause analysis, and this is what happened here. So to mitigate an issue, you can use hints or to rewrite the query to get the proper plan to let system working. But then you just take time to proper analysis. And then in this particular case, there was a statistic, and I just did a statistic update and fixed the query without touching the query. What I did is just fix statistics, and I even did not fix only this query. I fixed maybe other queries that suffer from the same issue. Whenever these two tables were involved and with these columns in queries, we could have similar problems, and I fixed them too with hints, of course, and mitigation. I fixed the particular query. And just to make this sure that this is again, so there is a thing. So when SQL Server again updates statistic with auto update, it will take this one again, and we'll go with defaults. And this is the defaults. And if you let SQL Server update with defaults, we go back to the beginning of the session. This is now in cache, but as soon as I change something here, SQL Server will go again to initial plan, taking several seconds to do and to create here cluster scan. Just do not let. There is an option called persistent You can make this persistent. If you have such thing, just use a persist keyword, and use persist keyword. SQL Server will respect your sample rate for the next auto-update stats. That's all. Let's see if we have some questions. So I'm done with my presentation on time. So any questions so far? I will stay here for a few minutes if you need something, or if you have some questions, or you can ask me per LinkedIn or something. So if no questions, then thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Ndava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Hi everyone, my name is Ivan Tsenov and I will be doing a presentation on the frontiers of drug discovery, specifically on the use of AI in drug discovery and in pharmacogenomics, which is a very recent field that I'm very excited to be talking about. This is my third time presenting in Data Saturdays and it's always been a lot of fun, and I'm really glad to be reaching out to every one of you. I would like to thank our sponsors, including Microsoft and Anthill. I'm actually currently head of AI at Anthill. And I'm also involved in some other projects, such as Epix AI. I'm a co-founder there. Epix AI is a company that aims to tackle epigenetic uses through AI and big data. We're going to be discussing a bit about what epigenetics is and how AI is enabling a lot of very cool use cases with epigenetics and genetics and pharmaco technology. I'm a graduate from Tufts University, and there I was studying mathematics, and I actually completed 2 masters in the 4 years I was there, which led me to win the #1 mathematician award from the university. Currently, I'm working at Anthill. We are creating competency center for artificial intelligence, hoping to enable AI uses in Bulgaria for a lot of different use cases. We have a very cool sort of team, and we're really sort of excited to be bringing a lot of new solutions that are very state of the art into the Bulgarian ecosystem. I'm going to be talking about pharmacogenetics, what it is, and how it is being used today. It's a very big topic, but it's actually something that a lot of people don't know about. We're going to be talking about some of the modern methods of drug discovery. What's the role of artificial intelligence in drug discovery and pharmacogenetics? What are the promises of the future, and where everything is trying to go? And again, the roadblocks, what might not go so well, and what we're sort of trying to overcome as a hurdle. And that's pretty much it. So pharmacogenomics. What is pharmacogenomics, or PGX? Well, what genomics is your DNA, and it interacts with itself, and how it creates the proteins that shape your body or phenotype, as opposed to your genotype, which is actually just your DNA, just your genetic material. I like to think of it as if your body is sort of like a software application, then the DNA is just the code for that application, but it needs to run, it needs to interact with itself in a lot of different ways, so that the application runs smoothly and it actually determines what the application is. So pharmacogenomics. So first off, the difference between genetics and genomics is that genetics is just what your DNA is, and how different parts of your DNA translate to different stuff in your body. But genomics is a bit broader. It also includes how different parts of your DNA interact with each other. For example, you might have, a sickle cell gene, but you can also have another gene that actually is preventing your sickle cell gene from expressing. So in that way, the DNA is actually something a lot more interconnected, and it also changes over time, especially evolutionarily, from one parent to the next. The genome obviously changes, the genes from the 2 parents mix, and this is also all in what genomics studies. Pharmacogenomics, on the other hand, studies how your DNA affects the way you respond to different medicines and different drugs. So one of the big goals of the whole project is to cater different drug treatments to you. So to put it simply, the Nurofen is a drug against headaches, and aspirin is also a drug against headaches. But why should you take one rather than the other? That depends on what your body is and how it's going to respond to the different drugs. So for one person, it might be better to take Nurofen or Analgin, and for another person it might be better to take aspirin. And that your genomics in the way your DNA works is actually a big part of this. The pharmacogenomics tries to study this, tries to study the effects of drugs and how those drugs act individually on different people. One example of this is drug receptors. If your genetics determine the amount of receptors you have for different molecules. So think of dopamine, for example, in your brain. Your brain has receptors that dopamine attaches to, and that's what actually causes dopamine to act on your psychological behavior and state. And the more receptors you have, the more dopamine you can intake at once, and actually that can increase the amount of pleasure you're taking from dopamine-inducing substances such as alcohol. So, for example, if there is a genetic connection between how likely it is for a person to develop alcoholism, because for some people, alcohol is just a lot more fun than for other people, just because they have more receptors in their brain. So pharmacogenetics in this case would study how many receptors you are developing based on your genetics, and based on that they can predict how you're going to respond to a drug. So if you have a lot of receptors, the drug is going to attach itself to a lot of those receptors, and you're going to physiologically accept a lot more to the drug. Whereas if you have few receptors, you're going to have a weaker response. If you have no receptors, which can be a mutation in some people, you can have no response to the drug. Or if you have different types of receptors, the drug might just pass through your body without having any effect at all. Another example is drug uptake. So this is on a cellular level. It depends on how much your cells can actually take up the molecules of the drug substance. So if you have normal uptake, the drug is going to all of the drug is going to enter in your cell, and this is going to produce the expected effect. But for some people, they might have decreased uptake, where the cell is actually not able to absorb all of the drug at once, and some of the drug actually can stay in your bloodstream, and this can build up over time as you're taking the drug, and that can cause additional problems with the body. So that's one way that drug adverse effects are happening, is not because of anything in the molecule itself, but the way your body processes it. This is actually a very intricate science. Pharmacodynamics is related to how quickly a drug passes through your body. Pharmacomechanics has to do with the pathways and where a drug is going to actually enter the cells in your body. So these are obviously very, very hard fields to get into, and they're still in a lot of development. And personalized and precision medicine is sort of the big field that encompasses pharmacogenetics. It's actually exploded in the past several years because of the technology that has enabled it, which is computational power, but also stuff like our ability to sequence the DNA a lot more efficiently, with a lot less cost. And essentially what personalized medicine is telling you how different drugs are going to affect you specifically. So if pharmacogenomics is just how a drug is going to affect you based on your genome, which is your genetics, which is your DNA, personalized medicine and precision medicine, they're sort of synonyms. Also taking a lot of other factors about your body itself. such as how your DNA is transcripted into RNA, how that is transcribed into proteins, how those go into your metabolism or affect your metabolism, and how your your gut flora, for example, your microbiology develops. Those are all different, very specific to your body things that we can actually measure, and we're trying to extract the info for how a drug is going to affect your body based on all of this data. This is called omics data for the obvious reason that it's all genome, epigenome, and all these other ohms. And the corresponding data science is called genomics, epigenomics, and so on and so on. So that's why we call it omics data. This has really exploded in the past 3 or 4 years, with a lot of companies trying to get a handle on the omics data, which is actually pretty difficult because there is a lot of regulations, obviously, where it comes to sequencing a person's genome. There's a lot of misuse that can happen. So the science is actually kind of impeded in the fact that it's really hard. It's first off, it's still really hard to just get a sequenced genome, but it's also really hard to obtain one because of how just how regulated everything is, and it's regulated for good reasons, and there is still a lot of progress in that field. So where does AI come from? Where it comes to drug discovery and pharmacogenomics. First off, let's talk a little bit about what the drug discovery process is. It's a very, very long process. It can take around 10 to 15 years to develop just one drug. And it's a huge cost to create it. Essentially, what people do is they say they're going to target the disease. They map the disease in terms of what sort of proteins might be causing the disease, what sorts of correlations there are in the protein makeup of a person and that disease, and they're trying to target the different molecules that are causing the disease through a new molecule, which is the drug. And usually, the way they do it is they start with huge amount of target drugs, maybe 3 million, 4 million compounds or chemicals that they expect might be able to target the specific disease. But then they have to sort of break it down and see which drugs are more likely to target the disease. Because once you find that target, you have to do a lot of testing very gradually to see how toxic the drug is, how effective the drug is, what's the effect of the drug on the total population, and that's all through clinical trials. So if you obviously cannot do that with all 3 million drugs, so usually you have to break it down to 4 or 5 drugs that you really want to test for. And that's usually the way it's done is they just have sort of a pre-screening phase of seeing which drugs are likely to target the protein. They, for example, have samples of an affected tissue by the disease, and they just pump it with different chemicals to see which ones have an expected effect. But AI can actually really help with that. So in the first 3 years, everyone is just trying to do this pre-screening and see which molecules are reasonable targets to see what has the potential to be a new drug. And then we have preclinical development, which is just planning the tests on human subjects, performing tests on animal subjects, trying to predict the toxicity levels of a drug, to predict the different doses that a drug needs to be effective. And the AI can also help a lot with that. And finally, there's the clinical trials themselves, which is when you actually get people to take the drug and you try to see what the drug is doing in their case. So where does AI come from? Where does AI come in? AI can do a lot of this a lot quicker than what's being done so far. For example, if you have 3 million drugs and you're trying to see which 5 you should test, AI can actually be a great help in that, because it can predict in silico, so in the computer, without you actually having to test stuff. It can predict which drug is most likely to have a good effect. So rather than testing for 3 million and 4 million drugs, you can actually bring it down to 250 or 300 different compounds, from which it's a lot easier to choose the 5 you want to actually test. The way AI does that is by predicting stuff like toxicity. Toxicity is pretty much a number that tells how toxic a drug is. And AI can analyze the compound of a drug and predict the toxicity. Obviously, it's not perfect because it's just a statistical model. It's a guess. So you have to still go through all the human testing and everything. But it's actually very likely to give you a very good idea of which to work, which is a different part of clinical trials hurdles. Is that a lot of clinical trials take these 10 or 15 years, and it turns out that the 5 drugs that they tried actually don't work, or they're too toxic. There is adverse effects that no one expected. So actually 90% of all clinical trials end up in a failure. So one of the issues is you have to sort of guess which drugs might work. Obviously, there is some sort of screenings for that, but they're very, very far from perfect. And they still come sort of to a human gut feeling of, okay, I think this drug is more likely to work. Because, for example, a drug with a similar structure, I know of a drug with a similar structure that targets a similar disease. So that's just prone to human error, because we're not capable of analyzing that much data at once. Whereas AI, especially at scale, can analyze a lot of compounds and predict their toxicity. There is a lot of open data for this right now, just for that target, to actually develop these algorithms that can predict drugs with a lot more efficiency. AI can help in a lot of different ways. AI can also predict the effect of a certain compound with another compound. So, for example, if you're trying to predict, to find a compound that's going to interact with like a cancer cell, AI can help you find that compound. AI can also find the different cohorts of people you need to test. It can also analyze just through NLP, through natural language processing, which is where AI is actually able to read human papers and analyze them. It can actually consume a lot of the information from the field itself. It can analyze all the papers on all the different topics that are being pushed into the different journals, which is something that an average person cannot do, and actually can bring out insights from all these papers. The techniques that are being used in AI for drug discovery are two main techniques. First are transformers, and the other ones are graph neural networks. Transformers are very useful for stuff like natural language processing, for image recognition and image generation, which is when a computer draws an image that's never been seen before. And it's one of the biggest areas of development right now are transformers. So what you do is you take the chemical formula, and the chemical formula is just a big string of chemicals. For example, you can see on the left this sort of graph of the molecule can be represented as CCC, double bond O, NCC, and all of that. So you just put that as a string of characters. You input it in the AI, and it tries to predict its properties from that structure. That's one way to do it. The other way is through graph neural networks, which actually take into account the way the actual geometry of the compound is structured. So you essentially connect the different elements in a graph structure, and you feed that directly to the neural network. And again, you're trying to predict the same thing: toxicity, efficiency, interaction with other compounds, etc., etc. And it turns out that both of these have their merits and their downfall. Their transformers are usually better with bigger compounds, but that are less structured. Whereas neural networks, graph neural networks, are a lot better with smaller compounds that are very structured. By structured, I mean that there is a lot of bending, and sort of the compound breaks in different ways. There's compounds that fold on themselves, and that is obviously a lot easier to analyze when you see the geometry, or when the AI actually sees the geometry of the compound. Whereas if you just input the string, the geometry is completely lost, and the AI has to guess the geometry on top of that, which is a lot harder for the AI to do. But on the other hand, for bigger molecules that have less sort of weird structures, the transformers are going to do a lot better, because it's less information for the transformer to work with. It's just a string of characters. And especially when it comes to chemicals that are symmetric in some way, there's a lot of chemicals that are just the same sort of loop over and over and over, with some different attachments here and there. Then the transformer is going to do a lot better, because it's going to recognize the symmetry in the string itself, whereas the graph neural network is going to have to recognize the symmetry in the geometry, which is a lot harder for it to do. So both of these have different merits. And actually, Microsoft has recently put out a paper which says that best result is actually combining the two, and in the easiest way possible, you actually run the compound through both of them, and you sort of average both of the results, and that actually gives you a better performance than either of them. So in pharmacogenomics, AI can actually predict how your genetics are going to affect the way a drug interacts with your body. You just input all of your genome or very specific parts of your genome based on on how generic you want the use case to be. There's obviously, for if you're targeting a disease such as diabetes, there is parts of your genome that are more likely to cause a difference in the way you respond to diabetes drugs than other parts. So you can actually sort of select the features you want, and that is going to lead to less issues when you're actually making the neural network. The neural networks suffer from stuff such as overfitting, which is when the neural network is too big in comparison to the number of examples you can give it. So if you can only give it 500 examples, you better have a smaller neural network. Otherwise, the neural network is just going to learn your examples perfectly, and it's going to only work for those examples. It's kind of like when you give a test for to the students, and you actually give them all the examples that they're going to need on the test. They're not going to learn the subject. They're going to learn the answers. They're going to memorize BB, ACD, and they're actually going to perform very well on the test, but they're actually not going to be able to generalize that knowledge to other problems. So neural networks suffer from the same thing. If you try to input the whole genome into the neural network, it's going to try to do a lot. And it's going to sort of overbear the neural network. So you're going to have to make it bigger. But when you make it bigger, you make it easier for the neural network to sort of cheat when you give it examples and try to make it learn from those examples. It's just going to cheat out, learn the examples by heart, and not going to generalize in the future to new compounds or new drugs or new genetics. So sometimes what we want to do is break down the genome into just the parts we really, really care about, and then give them to the neural network, because that way it can be a smaller network and it's going to be able to work with the less amount of examples that we have. So these are some of the intricacies of how we work with genetic data and neural networks. But the idea is that the AI can take your genetic data, take the compound from the drug, and predict whether there's going to be any added toxicity or any added adverse effects, or maybe there is an increased efficiency in that drug. As we said, there's people that have more receptors to dopamine, so a dopamine-based drug is actually going to be more effective in those people. Whereas for people that have less receptors or less capacity of the cell to take them in, the dopamine or whatever substance you're inputting in the person is not going to be able to be broken down as easily. And in that case, that can actually cause additional adverse effect. So AI and pharmacogenetics is trying to predict all of this. And there's a lot of research being done in that right now. One of the big promises in the future, one of the big promises in pharmacogenetics and in pharmacoepigenetics, which is what our project is actually working on, is epigenetics. Epigenetics is sort of the next level of genetics. It tells you how your environment affects the way your genes are expressed in your body. So the way what you eat actually can affect a lot what's happening on the DNA level in your body. Your DNA itself is never going to change, but the way it replicates, the way it creates proteins, all that can change based on what you do with it. Not to go into too much detail because that's relevant to the presentation, but essentially your DNA can become blocked or unblocked based on what you do, which can be a good or a bad thing in either case. So if you have a genetic disease and you block it, that's actually a good thing because it's not going to be expressed and you're not going to unlock it. Whereas if you have if you have a good gene that's being blocked, obviously that's a problem because it can actually unlock a disease by blocking the gene that's actually preventing you from getting it. So that's what epigenetics is, and it has a lot of promises. One of the promises of epigenetics is aging. There's a lot of research being done right now in reversing aging. Actually, in 2021, the World Health Organization said that aging is a disease. It's no longer a natural process that everyone has to go through. It's a disease and it needs to be treated. So right now, there's a lot of research being done on how to stop aging, how to reverse it, and a lot of that has to do with genetics and epigenetics. And pharmacogenomics and, in extension, pharmacoepigenomics, which is the way drugs affect your epigenes, can have a very big impact on aging and the way you live your life in the future. Cancer is another thing. Most people in the world today die from one of 3 different cohorts of diseases, but cancer is one of the biggest ones, if not the biggest one. So cancer is essentially a bug in the way cells replicate. So there's actually a lot of research being done in whether a certain medicine is affecting the way the cell replicates and the way the DNA is expressed. And in that way, we can actually, on purpose, block or unblock different parts of the DNA that can cause cancer. So, for example, if your DNA is really blocked, it can actually sort of mutate and replicate it. It can have an error in replication, which can cause cancer. And a lot of research is being done right now in how we can create drugs that purposefully block or unblock your DNA to stop you from getting cancer, to tell you if you have increased chances of getting cancer, to reverse effects of smoking, to reverse the effects of bad eating, etc. So this is another one of the big promises of pharmacogenomics and pharmacoepigenomics. And finally, I would like to end on a very low note, which is data is hard to get. It's really regulated, and the price of sequencing is still around $1,000. But there is still a lot of stuff being done. So actually, to end on a higher note, this doesn't really impact as much as it has to be, as it can, because there is a lot of governmental agencies that are actually helping us sequence the genome and the epigenome to get open source data and to research what AI can do, both in pharmacogenetics, pharmacogenomics, pharmacoepigenetics, etc. But yeah, data can be an issue. To get good results, you need to really sequence a lot of genomes, because the genome of one person in relation to another is actually very varied. So in order to capture all that variety, you actually have to get a lot of them. And once you have that, you also have to somehow map that to the effects of drugs, which is also a big issue because there's also a lot of variety in drugs and the way they can be expressed. So it's a very big ongoing project, but there's a lot of stuff being done. There's a lot of companies that are investing lots of money in it. So there's a lot of institutions that are committed to sequencing those genomes and to help unlock the potential of big data in this field. And also AI is also a lot of help. As we said, AI can actually read a lot of papers and analyze all the research that's being done and actually give you a good summary of where what's being done where and what are the most likely next steps. So to finish on sort of a middle note is that, you know, data is an issue. The price of sequencing is also an issue, although it's actually better. It's actually following a law that's better than Moore's law. So it's actually following at a higher rate than Moore's law of computer processors. So we can hope that in 3 or 4 years, it's actually going to be maybe $200 or $300, which is going to help a lot of research to be done. And there's a lot of people doing this. There's a lot of good stuff that's happening, and we're hoping that the field keeps on expanding at the rate it's going, which is pretty exponential. So I'd like to thank again my sponsors, our sponsors, the sponsors of Data Saturday. Thank you guys for giving us the platform to do this, to tell you what we're doing. And I would really like to join you again whenever you have an event. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that one in Trimontium joined the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Endava is all about teams, working in 23 countries and speaking 13 languages. We have Peter, who is the only Endavan working in Switzerland. This is for you, mate.
Yep, we are 10,000 now. Power to the teams because nothing stops us when we are together.
We sure know how to celebrate successful projects in all these industries. Together, we reimagine the relationship between people and technology.
Do you know that 1 in 3 Indavans join the company thanks to the referral programs? It is great work while you have fun with your friends.
We're quite new to the Endava family, but we totally get the team spirit. By the way, did you know that over 35% of our colleagues are women? Way above the IT industry standard. Amazing, right?
We have strong tech communities in all of our Endava locations. These help us to develop our careers and get better at what we do, every day, one day at a time.
We've got you covered. Our teams are ready for the win.
Whether it's smart and efficient booking apps for airlines, open banking and payment apps for the world's biggest banks and fintechs, or helping healthcare providers offer better, personalized services, we build solutions that improve the lives of millions of people.
We run on coffee, sweets, cool parties and team buildings, but we're always ready for tech projects. By the way, why don't you join us?
A great wine needs patience, perseverance and strength. Same with IT projects.
But we add a dash of humor and teamwork and make everything more successful. Narok!
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, And now, having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not